Plethora in English?
Plethora? Plethora. I don't know, actually, to be honest.
Oh.
It's one of these words which I have.
Well, we are live again. Welcome, dear chess friends. So this is our final day. The final of the World Team Chess Championship. And here I am with Viswanathan. I no longer know what am I supposed to say at the beginning, Visha. You know, it's not easy, to reinvent yourself all the time.
That's true, but today is a very exciting final, and maybe we can, two teams, both have looked very impressive, so it really feels like a clash to determine, really who is the better team. We'll find out, but both teams have looked very impressive, have shown a lot of consistency. Smoothest passage so far for both these teams. I mean that they didn't lose a match, and they just showed their superiority every day. So it should be a very exciting final. And by the way, we have India versus Spain for the third place.
Of course.
So there's one more storyline as well.
So we have, the final and the small final for the bronze medal. China is playing against Uzbekistan and India is playing against Spain. China is looking for their third gold medal. Uzbekistan is looking for their first gold medal and for their second major title in the same year, which I'm not even sure that this ever happened before. So if we can compare the trajectory of both teams, how did they come to the final? I think it's somewhat similar, although I think that China was always in control. And Uzbekistan lost their first match against Azerbaijan, but never looked back ever since.
That's right.
Yes.
And as you point out, it will be unheard of that a team wins the Olympiad and the World Team Championship within just a few months of each other. So, big task ahead of them.
We have the lineups in front of you. Are there major changes? So in the
Chinese team,
no.
The Uzbek team, no as well.
No. Okay, yeah, so they are playing
fairly consistent.
With their,
they still have the options to bring in reserves for the second and for the tiebreak potentially, so it's not ruled out.
And India is playing against Spain. India is playing with the same lineup as yesterday. Is the last round, yes?
As the second one. I mean, it's either Seturaman or Sasikiran. Today they're going with Sasikiran.
And Spain does not have Daniel Yufa on the fourth board, so this is the original lineup, I think. Okay, players are getting ready. If you join us only today for the final, this format is a bit different this year. There will be 2 matches with opposite colors. The time control is 45 minutes plus 10 seconds. It's a very interesting time forward, and this tournament is played with this time control for the very first time. I think brings a lot of excitement. Yesterday we saw that the tension was at its high. So, and there were a lot of blunders, a lot of mistakes, but this is what we love about chess, and we have a very thrilling round ahead of us. Sorry.
Yes. It's nice to see a Scotch on the top board of the top match, so that's interesting. Otherwise you get your usual daily diet of Italians and Spanish.
Yes, but, it's been a while. Garry Kasparov played it very often at some point. Vishy, we will let a few moves pass. And I wanted to ask you, because today, of course, the other duties will take over, and you might not be with us for the whole broadcast. So today you have a very important meeting, and you have to assist it in the quality of FIDE Deputy President. No, so I was thinking, this commentary was not very easy for me as well, even though, my poker experience helped me to have quite a poker face during the whole broadcast. But, a lot of things were going in my head. It's like, should I say something? Oh no, you can say something. Am I allowed to say something? Make a joke, things like this. So I wanted to thank you for always being so elegant in your explanations, and I think you've made everything so simple for me and for everyone else in our audience. And well, hopefully you will do it once again. We will
Thank
see.
you, Almira. And by the way, thank you as well. You have done a great job, set up the question always nicely. And I've enjoyed our banter.
Thank you.
Our friendship even survived the quarters.
Yes, that's what I wanted to say. We had this very difficult moment, India versus France. But of course, I was thinking about this, and even though, even during the moments when I doubt myself and things are not always easy, because, I was comparing our analysis to, analysis in physics, you try something else, it doesn't work, you try something, another hypothesis doesn't work, then you're getting depressed and you don't know what to say. But finally we're looking for the ultimate truth, and our love for chess is bigger than anything else. It's not always easy, when you're looking at those variations, and I'm thinking, oh my God, there are so many positions.
Yes, it's been hard to be sure of what you're saying, because chess is very complicated, and they've played, the participants have played sharp, complicated stuff, and but it's produced some very nice games indeed. I've enjoyed this tournament a lot. Okay, shall we get down to?
But then one last question, of course.
Right, okay.
Before, after so many years, Misha, I can see that your passion is simply intact, and you've played so many games. But then, what is it about chess that you maybe appreciate the most? So, is it like the thrilling feeling of beating someone? Is it the aesthetic beauty, the beauty of the combination, or maybe something even greater than this is maybe that it allows you to brush the infinity in some more cosmological terms?
Probably all of the above. I mean, you enjoy something for a variety of reasons, and I think that's the case as well. And in a sense, I'm now enjoying chess more with my foot off the pedal, whereas once upon a time it was very much, I enjoyed it because I was pressing hard on the accelerator. But the game is still interesting, and whether I'm watching as a spectator, as a player, it makes for a very fun afternoon.
So it still makes you forget that the outside world exists, because I can see it every day.
Yes, I would assume the same for you.
Yes, exactly.
That for a few moments, when a position is sufficiently beautiful, you don't think about anything else.
Just take your phone away. Let's have a look at the openings.
Good. So as I mentioned, Scotch, and one of the, let's not call it modern sidelines because it's already been around for a while, but a move that to some degree revived this line, because C4, knight d2, all these were running out of steam. This one, I'll just show you one funny line. It goes like this, f6, so that if you capture, then I take and I recapture. But white plays c4, based on the idea that if you go back, I will take here. And if you do this, then actually even in an endgame with the queen's exchange, I'll be able to take advantage of some of these squares. I, in fact, lost a game to Morozevich like this with black. But then black raises the ante. He goes bishop a6 saying, I want to capture an f6 with a knight. So white then plays rook h3. You cannot play queen e5 because then that removes the pin, and white will win the piece by capturing on d5. So you play f e5, then white bashes out bishop g5. Black cannot move the queen forward because c takes d5 will attack the queen.
Once again.
So you go knight f6, then they go rook e3. This is a mistake because of queen f3. But if you castle, white then does this, having provoked a castling. And, the lines just go further and further. but it can be a very rich line. I hope this position turns up. I'd love to have some answers here.
But
let's see what they come up with in the end. H4, because there are other moves. D6 is a very solid continuation that it just involves being careful.
Yes, but I wanted to say that this is one of the rare lines where you can see this maneuver, rook h3, and bringing the rook into play very early, because those lateral moves, do not come easy, of course. So be careful if you want to reproduce something like this at home, of course. So this is on one of those lines where you can do those things at home, of course.
Yes. Let's go to the next one.
Yes.
Which was Sindarov. This is a Naidov. Again, not new, but a revived line, which then had its own burst of popularity. Knight g3, bishop e6. Currently, the theory says that black is okay. I think these lines have been refined quite a lot. So you play g6 to stop knight f5. c4, knight bd7, and then somewhere black plays b5, and most of the lines liquidate, but let's see what they do. Then here we have this typical Ragozin, but bishop d2 is unusual. I've seen e3 and then bishop d2, but here black plays bishop d7, so that if you capture here, then I have knight takes d4.
Maybe let's show the variation till the very end.
Because if queen takes b4, then knight c2 check. And otherwise the queen is being attacked by the thing. So black wins a pawn. So white is forced to go queen c2 first, whereupon black protects the c4 pawn. That is, I would say, the consequence, the result of starting with bishop d2 rather than e3.
But then what is the difference? Black, you're going for this line?
So black plays c5 instead. So normally you would have a knight stuck on c6, you would go bishop e6 and e5, right? Like here, if you did this, then we transpose to lots of main lines. But it gives black this extra option, and he goes for this. So he plays c5, dc5, rook c8. Black is returning the extra pawn, but he's saying that I would rather, instead of you taking it for free, I'd like to trade a few pieces. So we'll see what happens there. Rook d1.
So it's always good to trade these knights here, yes? Knight c6 against the knight f3.
Typically, if you can then the main feature of the Ragozin is that the knight is blocking the c-pawn. So the very typical thing in most Queen's Gambit and Slavs and everything is that the c-pawn is at least one square ahead. It either supports b5 or it plays c5 and you get these symmetrical things. The Ragozin is built around this pawn on c7 and whether black's piece activity compensates. So here is somewhere where he gets this. I don't know who is drawing these arrows. I will miss them. But I assume here this is just a very normal position for black. Fine. And then the fourth game is again just a typical Bogo Indian type of structure.
Where you play knight e4, knight
yes, and knight takes c3.
Knight takes c3.
And white has a small space advantage, and that's probably what the game will revolve around.
But then just a second, here you will play knight d7, knight f6, or
yeah, I'll go knight d7 and queen e7.
And queen e7, yes.
Yes,
so
I could also start with queen e7 and ask you what you're going to play exactly. Before I commit, I might be able to go knight a6, knight c6. So there are alternatives.
Okay, so just wanted to know what is your plan.
Yes, but this is the obvious plan. But also it's not like white is really up the ante in terms of risk. He's also playing a very solid thing, and this might be just okay for black. Okay, then let's go to...
But you know, even though this is the first match, I was thinking, in this format, there is no round of observation. You know, how are you supposed to play in this first encounter?
You just play chess. You just play... you try to do your best. There is no...
But you don't
there
have
is a role.
pressure.
There is a role of strategies and thinking about all the things, but ultimately chess comes down to making good moves, and you should not lose sight of that. That's the point I'm making. And when you have no information about how to proceed, then you get back to your default thing, which is, I'm going to make good moves. That's what you can depend on. So we saw this one earlier in, it was also Jaime Santos again. And,
It's also Ragozin, yes?
Yes, Queen E2. But for instance, Knight C6, I mentioned there that I thought Knight C6 was inaccurate. So it's inaccurate in a certain way. But Jaime is going to try and do it in a better way so that the disadvantage of the Knight on C6 isn't shown. And you can see what it is. He tries to play A6 fast. Rook A C1, and now he's gone B5. This is unusual because black is not castled yet, but he's taking a lot of time on the queen side. So now let's see what can we do. We can take.
Yes, that's what I'm calculating right now.
But I mean, here I'll even have D3, or I can castle and I have excellent bishops.
But I wanted to take on B5.
Yes, and then I would.
No.
No, I have bishop D7.
Don't want to take on C6. I wanted to take on B5.
And giving up the exchange.
Yes, rook C6. This.
And if I castle?
This I didn't know yet. So yes, castle is a very good move here. Of course,
Well,
you
have knight takes D4. But
So I'm a bit afraid everything is pinned. Maybe you can start with rook B8.
no, but then you just walk back into you walk into the fork.
Yes, you cannot take it.
So let's see, Queen B5.
And rook A5 as well. So this doesn't work because it's the same. You just walk away.
No, but the problem here is that Queen B4 and that king is still stuck in the center.
No. So I mean, after castle, like Knight D4, I thought maybe rook A5 is possible here as well. Okay, this is a very awkward square.
Sure.
So that was something I was thinking about, but I'm never sure. It seems that those knights are very powerful.
Hang on, let's see if there's some other move. Queen D5, how's Queen D5? So you cannot take here.
No, but I wanted to take C6. Okay, let's first show why Queen D5 doesn't work.
Because it attacks a pawn at the end. I mean, rather it attacks this knight. So takes, Queen
C6.
takes.
Because I have rook B6 after bishop B7. Just show, yes.
Yeah. Rook B6, bishop takes E4, rook takes B4, and I cannot take a pawn here because rook B8 check. So this doesn't work either. Let's see if we can find something here. Maybe Queen H4 or something is a good move.
At Queen H4 I can take on B4 and I protect everything.
Yeah, Queen E4 and then
And then a
B6.
rook somewhere is.
So maybe I do something like this, bishop A5 or... Bishop E7. White should have very good compensation with exchange, right? Well, let's see what he does. Does he take on B5 or not?
Oops, sorry. You should not underestimate my potential for self-destruction. Okay, let's maybe then move to the second board, because Vidit is still thinking. Do you know what Vidit means in Russian or not?
No, I don't.
Like Vidit, he sees, so let's see if he sees, yes, if he Vidit.
I'm still getting used to Ian's name.
Jan's, okay. You didn't know it?
I had no idea.
Okay. So.
And then Emil asked me once and he said, no, because whenever people tweet about Jan, sometimes the translation software kicks in and switches his name in English.
And how does it translate? So artificial intelligence?
Sort of the person who's unknown. I mean, it comes up with funny constructions, but basically it means, I think the unremarkable thing is, sounds offensive in English, but what would you translate it as? The person who you don't forget easily, right? Or
No.
Actually,
it's the person who doesn't remember. Yes.
Oh, he doesn't remember.
Yes, he doesn't remember.
Yeah, something like that.
He who does not remember.
Okay.
Yes, so
and
he who shall not remember.
He not remember. And so I think He who sees looks like a good deal.
I have never seen such a construction before. I will have to look for those.
Yes, you should actually go and see, because
translations.
it's quite bizarre what the software comes up with all sorts of funny.
So for Vidit it will be he who shall see. Yes, we will watch this game closely, and this is the second board. Yes, of the match.
I'm surprised at this because, I put the knight on e5 and has that happened? No, not yet.
But you put your knight on e5, maybe then I will have a knight d5. I'll take with the pawn. You shall take.
Yes, I will take, and then I just play queen g5 or something.
Queen g5.
Isn't this kind of reasonable?
Queen c3.
And just play chess.
Yes. Maybe it's. You don't think that it's a bit better for white because I can exchange the knights then, and you will have.
I thought my queen and pieces are quite
I don't like
active
your
in
pawn
terms of-
structure, like this c7, d6, a6. If I will manage to play queen c3, knight f3, maybe. Of course, it might not look very dangerous, but then how will you protect it?
I mean, ideally, if I play rook f8, e7 or something somewhere, it should be okay. But maybe this is what Anton is aiming for. But having gotten here, you can hardly switch plans now, unless you're going to go knight f6, but that allows e5.
But are you being purely objective, in this match? That's what I'm thinking. Yeah, 95, everything is fine, yes.
Well, let's see. And SL Narayanan against Shiro.
Grunfeld
Yes,
once
indeed.
again.
This is a graveyard full of forced drawn lines, so but we'll have to see what additional twist SL Narayanan has. And finally, this has become very interesting because we see that Sasikiran has gone for this line. Sometimes it's combined with g5, but he's going for the g6 version, and he's allowed that pawn all the way.
Yeah, this
And
allows
then they
me.
just play quietly.
This allows me to ask you the question, because of course we've seen, thousands of games where black doesn't allow this maneuver, because you either play a5 or you play a6, of course, and you do not allow this a5, a6.
Yes.
So why is that, first of all?
I can't give you a straight answer. Normally, you put the pawn on a5. I think of black as choosing setups. You can, if you prefer a6, you play a6. I mean, I don't know yet whether the pawn on a6 is good or bad for white. It's possible that Sasi has some idea, like knight b8. Like you can go Breyer now. You can go knight b8, d7, c6, and try to play d5. You can bishop e6. God knows what.
Of course, it's very obvious that in similar variations, when you have the pawn on h6 in different lines, if you transpose to an endgame, this pawn on a7 will be, an immense weakness, especially we'll have to protect it after the knight b5 or knight g5. But I myself play this position for both colors, and actually that's why I asked you this question, because I don't have an answer myself. It's like you play this your whole life, and it still depends on so many nuances.
Yes, it depends on this move and that move, and somehow it's hard for me to give a concrete answer. Okay, that is it. So now we can try and figure out. He's gone a3. We didn't
No, but we
quite figure out that one, but I suspect there might be some computerish line which just kills it. Actually, I have one idea.
Because I had a look at our crew. I had a suggestion for us, but for the moment, nothing. Because if something was missed, they would always tell us, of course. But
Yeah.
he played a3.
So he's gone a3.
We didn't have a look at bishop e6, but I think...
What if I do this?
I immediately takes rook. So how is this different to the line with bishop b5?
You would take here or what? If I went here, you could do this, and now you even...
96.
96, I take here, you take here. And if I take, you're keeping the extra piece. So I would have to take and hope for the best somehow, but maybe it's just an extra piece. Just go knight c5 and defend everything.
Yes, because you will always have a few squares to run away. But he played e3. I think we analyzed bishop b5, but bishop b6 doesn't make any sense, no? Because you just take bishop b6.
Yes, and castle.
Yes, and castle, yeah, of course. So that's, because we tried a few moves in this position.
I'm curious why he felt a3 was important right away. I mean, if you wanted, he could have started with bishop d3 and then bishop b7, a3. So.
Okay. Well,
well, we will find out if your evaluation was correct here. Knight e5 has happened.
Okay, knight e5 is on the board. Okay, let's see. But it's not... Those moves are quite obvious, I think. No, knight e5 or... Because I didn't like knight e5, you have queen g5, and then didn't know. I wanted to have this c3, the lovely c3 square, for my queen.
Okay, so here white can actually take the two bishops. After a3, you're forced to capture, obviously. And we get this. But equally, there's a move like knight e4. Because if you capture this pawn, I attack here and I'm attacking too many pieces. So you would have to take, whereupon I would take with the rook and attack the queen. And the only way to defend both of them is rook d5. Possibly better. You take here, you take with the queen. Black should be okay with this extra pawn,
Yeah, I don't even have bishop b2.
Yeah.
Because of queen g2 here.
So if not,
I should
knight
find
e4,
something else.
I could go a3. Yeah, so here I was. And move the queen somewhere. Something like this, right?
But then maybe I can win my pawn back.
Yeah, but that equals.
Yes, that's equal. Yes, no, I mean, but at least white is not worse, whereas in the other line, white was worse. So at least this doesn't cross the line, the equality. Okay, so this was the third game. Ishi, how much time do we have left?
I will probably leave in about 10, 12 minutes. Yeah.
Okay, that's just I wanted...
Maybe even less now. Yeah. Assume in 5 minutes I'll go. I'll just check my phone.
And a lot has happened in the game between Narayan and Shirov. They exchanged everything. So this must be some very well-known theoretical line which leads to a draw. What do you think?
Well, I assume SL Narayan didn't just try to make a first draw. Though I don't see what it is he could have. Position looks as dead as it can be.
Maybe, let's put it there because that was
this is the current position.
That's the current position.
So I'll just tell you how we got here. Capture, rook c1, queen a5, queen d2, takes, rook d8, knight b3, a5, rook c6, a4, knight c5, takes, f3, rook c8. And here we are.
Yes, this fairly equal. And maybe we can have a last look at the game, well, at the fourth board, of course. So what was the idea? Knight b8 he decided to play, of course. So then what will be the most natural move here?
Also,
D4?
black has c6 and b5,
Yes,
and when he wins a
winning the
pawn.
pawn.
So if
You play
d4, let's say I
D4,
play
C6.
c6. What should you play? b3?
b3, yes. Okay. I'm afraid to play a game against you right now because you know already, like.
No, I was desperately trying to save that pawn.
Yeah,
Then
exactly.
I suddenly saw this
B3,
trick. Yeah.
yes. But it postpones b5 for the moment. Maybe you can play. You already played queen e7, but then you need to play queen c7 and win the pawn. But it will be a very strange pirouette where you moved your queen a few times already in the opening.
Also, I don't know why bishop f1 is bad. Because if you go b5, maybe I could play b3 there, or even some c4. But I agree that I like b3.
So white is a bit better, you think, after d4, c6? Or how should we evaluate this position?
I don't know. It just seemed like the point. Knight b8, you play c6, b5, and try to collect this pawn. If you play this move here,
If I may say,
then this one is hanging. But
may I say that you don't have the right to say, I don't know. Like, we've all studied your games, watched the matches. If after all this you have the right to say, I don't know.
the current lingo is IDK.
What is this?
Is what they
the good.
on your phone you just say IDK.
IDK, okay.
I learned this myself because you're quite irritated by people writing IDK to me, and I wondered what the hell it could mean. Of course, it means I don't know. There you go.
Well, you're ahead of me on this matter. I'm pretty sure that there are a lot of abbreviations that I don't know at all. So it's fairly complicated for the moment, of course.
Yes.
Black might win this pawn, but probably
Let's see what's happening here.
has to make a lot of concessions.
This again is looking like, I mean, if you play bishop b2 and allow dc4, you have something extra. The reason I'm saying that is you can hardly try to take this pawn back. So his idea must involve knight d2, takes, and then castle long and something very rapid. And the bishop stops the black's bishop from developing. I'm not convinced with this line, but hey, dc4, what else is there? They played bishop b2 so far, so.
I just wanted to check the recent games. At least you will leave with having full information.
Yes.
The subject. So he takes d6 was played, yes. C takes d6, b3, d5. Okay, so very few games on this line after d5.
And now bishop b2 has happened once. Probably Magsuzlu. No, someone else. Okay.
Someone else, yes. And what? Yes. So what was played in the only game on the top level? Yes, it was cd5, knight d5, bishop a3. Yes, maybe we can show this line. Just
this happened.
Yes. No,
it's not bishop b2, but cd5,
c takes d5, knight d5, and bishop a3.
Queen e2, bishop e2, knight b4. And the players yawned on for another 3 more moves.
Yes, and the draw was agreed. But of course, this was a rapid game which was played online, but by 2 very strong players. So Magsuzlu against Dubov. And the draw was agreed like a few moves later. So this is the first on the top level. And
okay, this is interesting because black has actually taken the pawn and obviously a very specific solution because he says, I'll give you the h7 pawn, but take this. And people assumed this was not a good idea. But Xiao has a different opinion. Thank you. Okay. Is this the current position or it's just me? No, this is the current position.
No, but in that position, I think everything is holding on this trick because you cannot play knight b4 and d5 because you have queen a4 check. I mean, in the position which you showed when he played bishop h7.
Besides knight d5, what did you think about h4?
Once again, h4.
Because this was what was played. Again, in a competition for us to guess what move they're going to play, I don't think we're doing very well. So.
But on the other hand, it's understandable because Black...
He wants to stop
yes,
queen g5.
Yeah,
right?
Black wants to play queen g5, and we've seen that it's a very natural move, especially if you play knight f5, you can play queen g5. So maybe he wants to play h4 and knight a5 here.
Yeah. Okay, anyway, Nihal took away the d5 square, so...
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And Shira was just going for the draw, so...
But, okay. Draw is good with Black.
Sure, no, I'm quite surprised
And
that
it's in competition,
Estelle went
of
for that
course.
line. And here. So I'm going to... Yes, so knight d2, as we decided. And he's going to play a pawn down, but Black might not have enough compensation there. I mean, sorry, Black might not have enough development there, so something could happen there.
So he's going sort of for a long-term initiative here, but with queen trade.
Yes.
Okay, it's a very interesting concept. Hopefully you will check on the games while you will be at the meeting.
Yes.
Well, thank you so much, Vichy. I will not announce, that this is it. Maybe there will be a surprise and you will be able to come back for...
I'll do my best to join again. We'll see.
For a few words, okay.
But thank you all, everyone. Enjoy the game.
And while Vichy is running away, we will have a small video, of course, prepared for you, highlights from yesterday's round. Should I say something? The magic, Dear ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Grandmaster Oleg Gershon. Thank you so much for helping us out, because I know that you also have other duties. You are supervising all the games.
It's true.
Tell me a little bit more about, your function.
My function here, is to be responsible for the broadcasting of the games.
So that's why we're not getting any moves, yes?
No. We are sending the moves. You're not getting them. So, but now we'll see it from the other side,
yes.
Of course. And I wanted to tell you, I think we just broke a record, of the biggest ELO drop in 1 second on one chair. I mean, it wasn't possible.
No. I'm pretty sure that we'll do a great job. You will have to keep an eye also, of course, on the broadcast from the technical.
Yeah, but it should be okay.
Okay, so let's get back to the games. But I think I'm not sure if our crew has prepared a small video of Vasil Ivanchuk, because I wanted, of course, to say that there are so many interviews of the players, and please have a look. You know, even though that, they have this very short format, nevertheless they're very insightful. You know, shows a lot about their state of mind. For example, I looked yesterday in the interview of Ivan Sokolov. And so he was asked about, how is he feeling? Is he going to celebrate? He said, no, I'm going to celebrate tomorrow. You know this. So you know, his answers are always funny, always to the point. So, and this allows us also to discover the players.
Right, that's true.
So I don't know. Did they prepare it, or just I will have
I would
a
love
look?
to
Yes.
see it, and I actually heard another story that we have the TVs outside the hall, and I heard the story that Vasil Ivanchuk was commentating over there, and he got a very big crowd over there. You know, for complete strangers.
Really?
He would explain the moves and stuff. Yeah.
This is such a beautiful picture. I mean, okay, the interview is not yet ready, but okay, that will be just a short, funny moment. Of course, we will bring it for you as soon as it is ready. So, where should we go?
Where should we go?
Yes,
Tell me.
please.
I haven't really followed the games in the beginning, so here I understand there was the Scotch, right? And it's they deviated from the theory at some point, right?
Yes,
Or
they
it's
deviated because first of all, this is a very rare line,
Yeah.
of course, because Vishy explained a few tactical moments and strategical moments of this line, but here, when it was played Bishop B2,
Yes, sure.
it was played CD5, so Bishop B2
technically is a novelty,
yes,
right?
it was played in the game, but not between grandmasters. So I was not sure. Maybe this is the line suggested by the computer, or there is a different concept. Because after knight d2, you are saying, okay, I'm a pawn down, but I'm looking for a long-term initiative, even if the queens are traded,
Right.
which is very interesting for me.
Okay, so basically here White is thinking, this is a bit strange because he played the novelty first, right? Was it blitzed out, or did he take
Well,
the time?
I'm not sure that we have for the moment. Yes.
So the actual time is 25
Yes.
minutes. Yeah. So he has spent. It looks like he's out of book already, right?
I don't know, but let's say. Let's put it in the mind of Liu Shanglei. You played this line, and after Bishop B6, are you going for the long castle?
Well, let's say, first of all, we have to understand that this is not so good, right? Because, first of all, my first impression was
Yes.
this could be pinned, but
then
this is
queen
impossible
E7.
because queen e7, and then maybe you've covered it already. So,
Maybe you have queen B4, do you? Or not?
After,
I'm not sure.
no, the queen was pinned there.
So he went for long castle. Okay, I
So
guess
he
it
did
right.
go. Okay,
Yes.
he saved us.
No, but he saved us. But let's say it's interesting because I don't know yet why. What should we do if he plays b takes c4?
B takes c4, knight takes c4. Yeah, so the knight takes c4 doesn't work, I think, because you mean queen b4 here, right?
No, before. Let's say here.
On bc4?
Yes. Bishop b6.
Bishop e6, bc4, and queen b4.
B4.
Yeah, this is interesting. And now we could perhaps...
Because
What happens
if you castle, I have this knight a4, and I'm afraid
it's
you are
very
going to
scary
be
to castle
mated.
here,
Yes,
yeah.
of
Yeah,
course.
It's very scary to castle here. Oh, the knight b3, I might be holding. But if you want to castle, it's better to castle immediately, right? I mean,
Yes.
because this pawn is without opening the b5.
I have another question because I don't play this opening for both colors because I think it's incredibly dangerous. Of course, it's very concrete, so one move and you're dead. But then let's say b takes c4 once again. If we go to the other line,
Queen b4.
I'm not sure if queen b4 also Can we castle here long, you know?
Black.
Yeah, black,
Yeah,
yes, you know?
yeah. It could. It's extremely double-edged position. Without having looked at it, you're correct. It's very.
So there are a lot of possibilities here.
To
Actually.
touch. So yeah, long castle is a move. Knight a4 is a move, I think.
Yes, knight a4 is also possible, of
and
course.
queen b4 is the natural move. So bc4 really doesn't look so tempting.
And so he went.
So he went for
a long castle,
which makes a lot of sense. But okay, but now he's a pawn down, and what's going on here? So black, the most natural is to take, right?
or maybe
think
the long castle as well. But
Again,
then, because you cannot take on c4 as well. So can you castle long in this
if
position?
you castle long,
Of course, you can take on b3. We will have a look at this variation.
let's see if he castles.
Because I'm thinking about.
I would take black here, actually. I
So
really
you like
prefer
black's
black's position here, yeah. This might show me my misunderstanding of this position, but I still, visually, I prefer black here. Because, let's say, it's quite tough to make a move for white here.
And if you
And-
take on b3, then you will have knight d5, bishop d5. You will have a very powerful.
Exactly.
pieces in the center.
Black's play is extremely easy and simple here, and while white needs to come up with some plan. Maybe he wants to just liquidate.
And
Maybe this is a move.
then if I take on d1 first,
You take queen takes, probably?
queen takes, then I will take on c4.
Okay, and then now suddenly I can go out to a4 maybe at some point, or even no, I probably, why not develop a piece if I can, right? So, okay, so maybe this is the idea.
And here your pieces are
And
much
my pieces are
more
much
active.
better now.
Yes,
So
of
I
course.
exchanged all the bad pieces, and then I'm left with the good pieces. So this could be the threat, and it's maybe why long castle does not work, because knight takes c4 is a bit. It looks quite forced actually, because.
But I think we have a few moves there, and
Let's see, let's
long
see.
castle was played actually, and queen e4 incredible.
Queen
This
e4.
Is, yes, this is such an
really?
interesting position.
Queen e4. That's a good move.
So he threatens queen c6. Yes.
Threatens queen c6, and now if bishop b5, bishop d5, he will be more than happy to trade queens probably, right? Because then you are
And then you will take on c4.
take on c4 with the tempi, and then g7 is hanging, so this is good, right? Okay, so he is asking some real questions here.
You have to be more determined. You know, this is not right. Like, this is good. White is better.
No, I cannot say, well, come on. For instance, what happens here?
But why can I take queen? Queen
Queen
c6.
c6, king b8.
And I cannot take queen c3 first of all because of rook c8.
Queen c3
Let's
you
show
cannot
it, yes.
take, yeah, because then
So
you...
rook c8.
Maybe you can, actually.
And knight c4.
You can, but this...
I know you will not be able to. Maybe bishop c4 here, but you will take bishop c4.
Yes,
Because I was
bishop c4, I
hoping
take
for
bishop c4.
knight a4 at some point, but this will not work.
But maybe something more tricky. I want to keep your king here, and then maybe play g6 and bishop h6 as a threat.
But I can play bishop d3.
Bishop d3, but after bishop d3, I can maybe now start taking some
I
stuff.
will have rook d4.
And you will protect and everything, yeah? Okay, so maybe it is a threat. So you wanted to show why queen c3 doesn't work, but we showed that it does work, right? So
Yes, actually, like, that's how it works. That's what I said. We try one line, well, it doesn't work.
doesn't
We try
work, we try
another
another one.
line,
Okay,
it doesn't work. And so it's at the end of the experiment, yes, we might have an answer to the question. If e4 is, it was a good move.
Maybe c3 was a bit too. And we have more moves. So bishop d5, he did play bishop d5. Okay, this is puzzling. What happens if we just go and grab the pawn? Bishop e6 is the only move here,
Yeah.
right? Now, if I take on G7,
Let's say rook G8, of course.
G8, right?
It's very
Nothing-
natural. And where do you go? Maybe he's
either
counting-
E5 or maybe back, and there is, and he says that he has enough counterplay.
Maybe
here,
he's
right?
counting on rook G4 here. What do you think?
G4, and he says, okay, I'm much better developed than you.
I'm attacking C4 and H4.
But C4, okay, but what happens? I just play F3.
Can I take on H4?
And who is better here?
Because you cannot play knight E4 because this pawn will always be hanging. You cannot play C5.
But
yes.
look what I have here.
C5
No,
immediately?
I do. Maybe I do. Now, if rook takes
Yes,
H1,
bishop
there's a
H6.
check. I thought it was a mate, but it's not. And now, knight F1, you run away, or whatever.
No, knight
So,
F1, I will take
even
rook
knight
D1. Rook D1.
No, that's why knight F1.
Knight F1, sorry. I was looking.
But still, you have knight D5 or bishop D5, and okay. But here, white, I think, is. I don't know what I think. You take here. And white is a pawn down.
Because rook H7,
I can take on H7,
bishop
but
E3.
bishop E3 is a threat, right?
Let's show
So
it, yes. Because we
let's-
always have to show the
we
variations,
always
of
have
course,
to
on the
show,
board.
and we have this ugly pin here, which is less than ideal. But
Bishop
still, the position is so sharp. I don't think we'd need this pawn. I would really want to play. I would really want to play knight E4 maybe. And
Knight E4 here,
as my
bishop
first
E3.
coach said, and I think you know him, Mr. Vladimir Gurevich.
Yes, of
He
course.
used to say, we don't play pawns, we play chess, so that's the first time I heard. Obviously, the quote doesn't belong to him, but
But he was ahead of his time.
He was ahead of his time,
That's what the
exactly. Yeah,
computers
yes.
say all the time right now. They changed the way we think about the game and about the positions as well. Okay, 1 pawn, 2 pawns, but your pieces are so active that you have enough compensation, of course.
yeah, for instance, here I think, what do you think? You take black or white here?
Well, I have to realize what are the threats. You want to play knight f6?
Knight f6, I want to perhaps, at some point I will take on h7, I think, but maybe, maybe black is okay here. Black is still very solid, with the knight on d5, it's not very dangerous for black.
I
But
just
wait,
wanted
what he played, you see, that's an example of what can
you
happen,
have to supervise.
of what
yes.
can happen wrong in the
So we will
broadcast.
we'll
Because
have
obviously white took
on e7.
on e7, but the board sees it as takes on g6, on e6. Or not, does.
Maybe he played queen e6 first. No, that's fine. Because he played queen e6 first.
No, that's a typical glitch of the system.
You think
because
so?
Instead of queen, he dragged the queen on all the way to e7, the way that the computer thinks that it was, and now black plays bishop e7, as you can see, which is an illegal move.
Okay,
so.
okay, let's let's repair this immediately.
For some reason, I don't have control. Okay. So the guy here is fixing it. Good.
Alec, I wanted to show you one point because
Yes.
I was thinking about the previous position. Just one last detail for our viewers, of course, when black didn't castle, just before the long
Here,
castle
before the
here.
long castle.
Of course, this was a very valid question, I think. So what happens after c takes b3?
Yeah, that's
and
what-
I was asking this question myself during this whole time. But I think after knight b3, where are you going to castle? Maybe this was the whole
That's
issue.
the whole issue,
It's not obvious, of course, but I think he wanted to avoid this position. Because queen is stuck on e7 for the moment. You don't have queen c5 check. Of course, you can take bishop b3. Let's show this position.
Bishop takes b3.
Yes, let's say take on
We
b3.
take on b3,
You'll take on
you take on
e2.
e2, but you still cannot unpin, right?
Yes, he thought that white is maybe better here.
And yeah, there are very concrete threats here, right? So yeah, you're absolutely right.
Just now we know a little bit more about this position. I think yes,
It's about time. Yeah.
It's about time. So let's move on to the second board. Yes.
Second board. Aha. So there has been some development here. Yes.
Yes, that's. I think we explained a little bit, that. In the knight of defense, of course, everything is going, the struggle is going around the d5 square. But since white had a different approach, so he played knight d5, and took with the pawn on d5. You know, this was, it was, now the strategy is, of course, different. So you want to play maybe f5 later, but black went for bishop d5.
Which is a bit surprising, right? Or is it still probably theory,
maybe
right?
I'm not sure because I haven't checked the games yet, but I thought that maybe it's difference between how you assess the position. I think that white thinks that he is better after bishop h7, and black thinks that after bishop d5 and this, he's fine. He will be able to solve all the opening problems. What
in my days, we used to think that if you're left with the d5 square and the bad bishop on e8, on e7, sorry, then yeah, white has the edge. A very pleasant position, right? Especially if in the process you're able to weaken the black king. I mean, so this wouldn't become very natural to me to take on d5. But on the other hand, we've seen it many times during this tournament alone that
Thank you so much.
That the guys are really extremely concrete. They don't really judge the position by some general terms, right? General principles, like, okay, this is a weak square. Show me the money. Like in this movie, I don't remember, Jerry Maguire, I think, right? Show me the cash, and that's what they're saying. I mean.
So, but let's understand then. Bishop h7, king h7, queen d5, knight c6. Very often you would say, because what's important to understand, you have time to play a4, which is very interesting because you don't have this, of course, because of queen a4. Otherwise, you would have knight b4 and d5 immediately, and this would be just such a great position for black, of course, yes. But you don't have this. Thank you so much. Wait.
Thank you.
Yes. Now we have some water.
Yeah, it's becoming a bit hot here.
Yes, and
thank you.
Just pour you a little bit of water. So then knight b4 doesn't work in this position. Then one important positional idea in this line, it comes from the Sveshnikov and all the battles for the d5 square, that if you have this queen on d5, if you cannot kick it away by knight b4, so after e4, you need to exchange it. So and that's why I like this move queen c8, with the idea of playing
for the light squares.
Yes. So white thinks he's better, black thinks he's okay. What is the truth?
Oh, we shall see soon. But look at this development. So white, I like what he did here. So he says, okay, your king is extremely weak now, right? Let's open up the lines and open up the whole position, right? And the positional threat here, I think, is f5 actually, to prevent you from getting your queen to e6. And then even I can imagine, okay, let's...
And you will play c3 also?
I can imagine even something like that, taking my rook from via a4
of course,
to attack.
Maybe
right?
even a3, h3, because h4 will be covered by the bishop for the moment.
So the rook, the a4 is really important in this sense. So f4 is a nice move, and of course black needs to react immediately, which is exactly what he did, right? Queen e6, and now.
And here, of course, if you play the 4, it's very difficult, I think, for white to play queen e6, You don't want to make this move.
No, obviously you don't
Yes.
want to. Sorry.
Yes, we have to show
after
it, yes.
26, you don't want to take
Okay.
because then suddenly you give up all your positional advantage,
Mm-hmm.
right? Right. So the d5 square is no longer
A weakness.
a weakness.
Mm-hmm.
Black has a fantastic center.
And f takes c5, you take with a knight.
Yeah, obviously, of course, yes, you're right. And you had a long discussion about pawn structures,
Mm-hmm.
right, the other day, and how non-chess players will understand it. So yeah,
Yes.
we want
How
to keep the pawn structure as
How
as
the
good as.
innocent observers would think, okay, like, call the doctors.
They would probably.
Those two might need help, of course, but no, this is just a trivial discussion.
And in Russian, what they say to ruin your haircut, right? When you ruin the pawn structure.
Yes,
So yeah.
yes. In Russian, we have a more
Vivid
vivid
stuff,
metaphor.
yeah.
Yes, of course. Well, the haircut is very important. So f takes c5. But how?
So after 95, I think black is fantastic. Not fantastic, but he's very decently placed here. It's a normal position, and I think all he wanted to get after bishop takes h7 it's the essence of what he can hope for. Obviously, white does not want to cast, especially with this king or with the weak king on h7. You don't really want to. You want to keep the queens on the board, right?
Of course, but then you said that white's threat was to play f5, and I liked queen f3. f5 was played for black immediately.
Oh,
I like
yeah,
this.
exactly.
I like
Yeah,
this
so
move,
he needs to establish some and actually, Almira, I think that this position is exactly what he visioned when played bishop d5, because otherwise, it's a bit tricky to explain why he went for this. And so f5, but still, okay, f takes e5 is a natural move. You want to open again. Black's king is weakened, and he looks a little bit overexposed here. For instance, let's say if you take, the natural move would be to take back with the pawn on e5.
But then
now
f5.
you're just losing a pawn, right? So you need some tactical justification for this, and the tactical justification is knight d4. This very important intermediate move.
But then what happens
But
after
what happens on queen
h5?
h5? This is a great question. So let's see. We have no other move.
I saw a check. I will make it here.
You cannot go wrong with the check, right? So
No, sometimes it might be a mistake, of course. That was always our trainers, what they said, Don't be tempted,
Right.
Just you saw a check, please evaluate the consequences, of course. But here it is necessary.
you must.
Yes.
But he's evaluating the consequences, right? So he's not immediately checking. Because he has the alternative to take on b7, perhaps, right? Or even.
No, this would be very dangerous.
Or even maybe this is a move with an idea to kick you out and then take on f5. So he does have stuff to think about, right? Because e4 doesn't work because I take.
And you don't have bishop c5.
And there is no bishop c5, which is important. Yeah, I almost blundered, but luckily not. So these are probably the two moves that he's thinking about. But okay, let's see what happens on the most natural move, right? So
Here I was thinking that, okay, the most natural line, if you take on d6.
Yes.
Yes, we have to check.
checks,
this.
takes, right?
Yes.
How grandmasters play. That's how we
yes,
do it.
And then active pieces. Yes, I think all the principles, we are trying to show them how you make moves and how you choose in between moves. Yes, it's not easy sometimes.
Especially in such positions, right? So first, your thought process goes like, okay, let's calculate the most forcing lines, right?
Evident, yes.
Yes, the most evident and enforcing, and then if it works, great. If not, then start inventing stuff. So, okay, so if bishop takes d6, so white is a pawn up here, but knight c2 is a threat, and I would argue that if we're not blundering here, so bishop f4. I want to play rook e1, obviously, and now on a move like knight c2, would have an intermediate bishop takes d6. If queen takes d6, then we can move the rook to d1. D1, I don't like, sorry, D1 is not such a good move because you have this check and then knight E3 winning in exchange. So this is not working for white, but maybe, what do you think about this position?
Just a second, because I need my glasses, because I don't, already with my glasses, I don't see anything. I don't see much, but without them, you know.
You have a good excuse.
No, I have pieces waltzing. Yes, this is a good excuse when you blunder, by the way. Please remember this, you know. It's like
I will.
My old coaches, they would always say, they would lose a game, say, oh, well, I didn't have my glasses on. Okay, let's do it again. So, just a second. But I think that after, because I was looking at this position after bishop d6, maybe you should keep your bishop, no?
With black?
With black, because this
I'm
is
not
such
sure,
a powerful
I'm
piece.
not sure you can, though. After bishop f4, how you can keep your
Maybe
bishop?
bishop c5 first.
But then you
I was not sure.
Yeah, but then you will lose this very important
momentum, yes.
check on to move the queen, because now I can start attacking. And for instance, now you can no longer take the pawn on c2, I think, because of this pin, which is less than pleasant.
Okay.
This is, you know, this is too hard. In my games, it would go into it too hard to pile.
I like it. I have, like, now that's my turn to ask questions, you know, because you've been behind the scenes, but if you were asked the same question, you know, as all the participants of the tournament, you know, just like, present yourself, what would you say?
Present myself. Well,
for those who don't know you.
I used to be a chess player. I don't consider myself to be a chess player anymore because I quit and I went to a programming job. So this is what I do in my day job. And occasionally I do some stuff in chess, like this World Guinness record a few years ago, which was a nice experience.
But please tell us a little bit about this, because I'm pretty sure that it will be very interesting, of course, for our audience.
Yeah, okay. So there was once about 10 years ago, long after I quit chess, I got a message from the Israeli Chess Federation that they want to do some event which involves breaking the World Guinness record for the most games played in a simultaneous exhibition. And I said, okay, I'm always up to the challenge, you know, because it's interesting. And then,
what was the record at that point? At that
point, the record was 500 games, I think. And this is the important point. It belonged to an Iranian guy. For me, I mean, it means nothing who it belongs to, and I took up the challenge. But then suddenly, when I realized they made a spin out of it, you know, Israel and Iran and stuff, and it went really viral in Israel. It got a lot of publicity. So, but the experience was exceptional because you know, when you hear the number, it sounds a lot.
So
525 games
525.
It was planned.
How many hours?
It was 19 and a half hours at the end. And the biggest challenge was the physical fitness, because obviously people don't understand it sometimes, but in simultaneous games, the opposition is usually not strong, right? It's much weaker than you are, except maybe for when Garry Kasparov played the Israeli team championship national team. But usually you play like much weaker opponents, right?
Tough, of course.
But still, there are many. And when you when I saw those 500 tables, it's like, you remember the snake game in the Nokias, in the first Nokias? So it looked exactly like that. And I said, okay, for one time I can go, but I have to go like through the night. So.
Is this, did you do some kind of Iron Man preparation for this event?
Actually, yes, I did a lot of jogging and a lot of gym, basically. And about 2 weeks before the tournament, I started going over the tactics a little bit, because you need to be sharp, you know, for those 1-2 moves, to not blunder pieces and stuff.
I have one question, because I don't know how do you validate the experience, but then you have to win half of the games, or you cannot lose everything and say that you've been there.
Yeah, the rule was, I think, you need to win more than 80% of the games.
80%,
yeah.
Of course,
so,
that's important.
So, and then I managed to do much more. It was something like 86% or something. But at one point, after like 6 or 7 hours of play, it was, I lost the rhythm. And what happens when in a simultaneous game, you've given many of them, so you know it very well. So when you lose the rhythm and you make a stupid mistake on one board, and then you go to the next one, you keep thinking about the previous mistake and getting angry at yourself, and you're ruining the next position and the very next, and so on. So you enter some vicious cycle like
the avalanche of mistakes.
Exactly.
So, and also it's like in marathon, maybe that was your first wall. You know,
right.
Because that's where your resistance is put up to the test,
exactly.
and you have to overcome it.
And fortunately, we had an option to take like a 15 minutes break. So I took the break, and I got, and Boris Alterman was there all the time. He really helped me, you know, like relax. And he actually gave me like a very important suggestion, advice there. He says, okay, so those games that you are lost or very bad, try to make some draws, or don't spend too much time, because it's also negative energy, like to try and keep the balance. And then it went really well and smooth. So
this was such an interesting story. So you're the current world record holder?
No. They broke it back like after 2 or 3 months immediately.
Okay. So
we could go on forever like that. But
so the game on, you know.
The game is on,
yes.
yeah, but not for me. Probably.
I'm waiting for the new records to be set. But that actually brought us to the video. I wanted like a small piece of Vasil Ivanchuk's interview, and of course, please have a look at the official site. You have a lot of them, but this is just priceless.
Would you introduce yourself and your team?
Introduce myself? Okay. Okay, what can I say? Okay, you know. I am chess grandmaster. I am chess grandmaster, okay.
This is a pure masterpiece. Thank you to our crew. Thanks, yes.
I think thanks to Vasil for being this, you know, incredible lover of this game, right? He screens it. It's unbelievable.
For being an inspiration for all of us during all these years, and I really hope that the Ukrainian players and the Ukrainian team will be able to play more competitions, you know, in the future, and so hope to see more of his games, of course. So let's get back to our final.
We have one finished game already. Yes, Alexei Shirov drew, and it was drawish from the very beginning.
Yes, we knew that it was heading for a draw, because it was a very theoretical line.
And nothing really important. So okay, let's look again. Okay, so here looks the first board, Lou against Yakubayev. It looks drawish.
So now this sharp game.
Yeah, and they liquidated very fast.
Was liquidated.
Somehow, yeah?
Let's have a look.
It happens a lot in chess, right? So you have this. Okay, so it's pretty much the way we looked at it. But what happened? Oh, he took on knight c4. But why not take c4? I don't understand. Maybe there is some tactic I'm missing.
No, we cannot take on c4 because
Cannot take,
yes,
right?
everything
No.
is protected.
So what happens?
Bishop b6, I think.
And then we enter this line that you said that. No. I don't think. I think there is better
Was there something
justification.
better?
Maybe there is. So your king is a bit
You mean
in
bishop
trouble
a3?
here. So bishop a3,
But then
bishop f5 and stuff.
Bishop
How do we work
a3,
it?
bishop b2, then you can take on c4. With the, no, but the rook is protected. No. You know, because how do you take it?
Let's show. Yeah. So the idea is to. So you cannot take here. Because it looks like the knight is pinned, but after bishop takes f4, bishop takes c4, the rook is protected.
The rook is protected. So how did it go then?
So he took on knight c4, and they simply exchanged everything.
Well, maybe he rightfully evaluated that.
Maybe there is enough compensation
yes,
there.
There was
yeah?
enough compensation, and he didn't want, to leave his opponent with some active play. He knows how dangerous.
Maybe he was afraid.
Yes, those young guns are.
And I think in team competition, there's also a very high price if you lose with white,
Yes.
right? So you basically put the whole team under a lot of pressure.
And of
yeah?
course, one of the most important things that I realized when I was playing the matches during the World Cup, or the time it was the World Championship, and this year even the French Championship was determined in a knockout tournament.
Yeah.
I was thinking, okay, the most important thing is not to lose. Not to lose. It doesn't matter. Even if you go to even if the blitz goes, on and on and on, and it doesn't matter. The most important is just to hold your own. And so
As long as you don't lose, you have chances, right?
Yes, as long as you're alive at the tournament, comes from poker.
It's like like in poker, exactly.
Cheap as a chair. That's a very useful experience.
Okay, so let's go to this to Sindarov game, and they're pretty much following
Your
analysis.
yes.
Yeah.
Yes. So he took on c2.
So he took on bishop f4, knight c2, bishop d6, queen d6, and now I'm expecting rook c1. I think because, as we said, rook d1 is problematic because of this check, and now the fork is unpleasant. Although maybe we can calculate more. Is there...
You want to take on f5, yes? But you have knight e7 mate. You see?
Yes.
This was my idea.
Yes. But then, but we have this nasty move.
But then it's not. It's not
down,
a draw.
Right?
No, because I was thinking queen f7, queen h5, but you have queen h6.
But wait. But queen h7, rook h5.
Rook h5 mate. Yes. Okay. And now, what is happening? It was too hot, now it's too cold.
Yeah, it is freezing now.
Yes, now it's freezing. We have to ask someone to help us out with it. Maybe the air conditioning. I think.
How about this move, though, Almira?
Something is. G6 here. But I maybe have this.
And now knight f5?
Knight f5, yes, because I wanted to play...
Rook f6?
Rook f6.
Let's show. Let's show. Rook f6 is also nice.
But then you have knight f2.
Yeah,
it's not over. And then mate.
And now we all
mate.
know the mate. It's even not a smother mate. Yeah, it's just a mate.
Just a mate.
So
it doesn't work.
It doesn't work. And then, so rook d1 is...
No, wait. I'm blundering at first, so queen g5 doesn't work, but maybe this. And then, you still take on because I want to play rook d7, but I cannot make it work. No, this doesn't work.
But maybe rook g5.
Rook g5, king f7.
King f7.
Queen h7.
Queen h7 and then rook d7.
Yes,
you're killing here.
Or even rook d7, king e8. I was not sure if it is winning. But
no, I mean, sorry, I meant, of course, on king f7, queen h7, as you said, and on king g7, we have rook d7 killing.
Yeah,
right?
this is
game over. So, okay, so this g6 is stupid. And now if we take on f5, it looks, or maybe
Queen b2, the launch?
yeah, if we're not mated
Yes, but
immediately,
you have
I
to
think,
make h3 or h4. I was thinking h4, h5, but then maybe...
but in queen f6, and it looks
Yes.
like it will end in a draw. But okay, so rook d1, it's not forced by any means.
Just have a message.
What else? So as we said, the rook cannot be captured because, as you said,
Yes,
the
knight
97
e7,
is a nice mate.
But it's good to have those from time to time.
And
You have to take on f5.
I have to take on f5. Another option is to take is
Yes.
not
This.
to be too fancy,
And maybe
right?
here, queen b2.
Yeah, exactly. So this is a better version, but still, I think white is on the pressing edge, right? Maybe not.
You have to make h3. So
You
queen
have
d5.
to run, yeah. Sooner or later you will.
And let's say h3 here.
It looks trash. Yeah, slightly, but
You have to be careful because rook d4,
yeah,
rook h4 is coming, of course.
The
so-
king the difference in the king's position is huge. But maybe it's not a drive, or not an easy draw for sure. Yeah. Okay. So rook d1 might be
That's
interesting.
actually the position from a psychological perspective is where black would say, phew, the worst is behind me,
And suddenly it's
you
not.
there are a
Yeah.
few mating threats. So you always have to be careful.
Exactly.
I know, been there.
but you know the reason for this is this move.
So,
That's the reason.
yes, everything started-
It all started here because this gives you those long-term advantages that white can play against.
Okay.
Okay, so let's take a look at some other games.
The
third game. Hidov. Okay, so
Which, this is the third, yes?
this
Oh,
is
I'm not sure.
the third. Yeah. No, sorry. Yes.
No, this
This is the third. Yeah. Sorry. It's white to play.
But black sacrificed in exchange. We haven't seen where. Let's have a look because we were
So
analyzing.
last
this.
time I see you were here, right?
So a3 was suggested also by Vishy on the 13th move here, because we were looking for the way for white to get the pawn back and not to be worse also. So a3 was a very nice move. And then bishop c3.
Queen
c7. And actually, Vishy suggested queen c6 because I think he was a bit afraid, of queen a4. So this might be a very important difference. Let's see, but queen a4, queen c6.
Okay,
and
so he did it in 2 moves.
But what is the difference now?
So it's a draw offer.
And he didn't go for it with white.
Looks like a draw offer, yeah. And he said, okay, now draws. So it's interesting, yeah. He's a pawn down, but he says, okay, I have more compensation than a pawn for with those 2 bishops, and this is obviously out of book already, yeah.
Well, I haven't checked the theory, but yes, it looks like
the
yes.
problem. Black's problem is I don't know. You probably already explained it. Yes, so he cannot castle because of
Bishop before.
Bishop before, right? So we can show
No, we
it.
actually didn't get to it.
Oh, you're
yes.
right. You didn't get. That's probably how he actually sacrificed the exchange.
Okay.
I think, right?
This is a very important idea.
Because okay, so white starts opening up the position, and you really are not comfortable with the king on the 8, right? Maybe you are, but
no.
I don't think you are.
No. I castle as soon as I can. That's
a good practice usually. So
no, but now I realize that there's so many subtleties even in this position, because we thought, okay, you will win the pawn back, but actually white even doesn't want to win the pawn back. Just play with 2 bishops.
It's modern chess.
Yes. No, but it's very important that you have this resource, bishop before, and what do? You have
Yeah, if you try to
Rook
cling
d5.
to this rook. So first of all, that's probably an
No, but-
issue, or maybe even bishop f3.
but knight a1 I can take.
Sorry, yeah.
No, don't worry. This happens to be all the time.
I don't have glasses, but you see, I have no excuses. Okay, so bishop f3.
Bishop f3. And
Now I want to take. I promise.
it's actually, even if you will take with the white square bishop, then I will never castle.
Yeah, so you've lost your exchange and you still not solved your problem.
But can I go rook d1
Okay,
then and knight c5?
knight c5.
Yes, just to block
I'm not sure
this diagonal.
you will be. So if I can pin you like that. Oh, yeah, so you still cannot castle, I think, right? Because
Because of
queen
the
a3
last
and
rank. Yes.
yeah, let's show it. So you have this
First take.
first take, and there is not so pleasant mate.
They have
And if
knight
knight
d7.
d7, yes, let's see where here, yeah. So I can take probably, right?
Yes. Then you take bishop.
And then you take with the knight. No, wait, and this is a good position for black because you're just.
Yes, because if queen d7, of
A
course, you
pawn
take
up.
on c5, and this is.
This is winning for
Yes,
black. Yeah. So what was? Let's see. I'm pretty sure there was an idea.
Yes, please.
About rook to d3 in this position.
Rook to d3. Wow, that's an interesting suggestion. The point is, of course, being that the pawn on c4 is pinned, but still, black wants to go knight c5 to close the diagonal and castle.
They think first you take. On
Where?
d3. No.
Oh, you want to first
Yes,
take
of
on
course.
d3 even?
And
yeah?
then knight c5 with tempo. I
Okay,
think
so
that's
this is
an
also good,
important solution. So what do? Your bishop now is hanging, and I can play knight d7 and castle, I think.
Yeah.
Because I understand your idea was to keep an eye on h7 pawn, so I will not be able to play knight fd7, but I think this position is very concrete. If
By the way,
we will not succeed,
We
yes.
even have knight d5 attacking the bishop and protecting the queen, so we might
I have
even...
bishop c4 there, you think? Bishop c4? Okay, let's have a look. Maybe
We're-
the variation doesn't
We're
stop
getting
here.
kicked by the
Yes.
audience here. Wait.
But I will take,
You take,
yes, take,
take,
c4,
take.
knight d7, and rook c1.
Rook c1.
Yes.
Uh-huh. Yeah, but we can also pin you, right?
Yes, but
Yeah,
before.
but then there's before. Yeah, so this is the line, and white is suddenly blown up.
Our authority is being challenged, you know.
Easily,
Go away.
No, but okay, that's why we don't take on d3, as we
Okay,
said
then yes.
initially.
Okay, we established that this one will not work.
No, but knight
Knight
c5,
c5.
or as we said, there is maybe even knight d5 here, which is
Here, knight
unpleasant.
c5. Yes, of course, and
So
you keep your
we
knight
are
on
attacking,
b3.
right? And
Bishop a3.
bishop a3, there are other issues with this move. But even, okay, let's say I want to be super solid, okay?
And
I
queen
want
c4,
to, and I'm claiming I'm a pawn up here. Is it a valid claim?
Yes, because you will have to exchange queens, of course.
Because if you don't, then okay, what are you fighting for? Or yeah, so
You know, your honor is saved. You know. Yes, okay.
1-1.
Yes,
Good.
one. Yes, one for the commentators. Yes.
Okay.
Commentators
So what
against
happened in the
wall.
game is that black actually just gave up the exchange like that, which is we don't really know. Okay, but after rook d5, as we said, probably bishop f3, and I have a feeling that here you will.
Actually, I wanted to try b3, you know, but I
B3.
was not sure. You have to take with the knight, of course.
You
and,
take with the knight, but now
you
okay, and now I
these
have
bishops.
2 pawns which I don't care about, but I have the king which I do care about, right?
So queen a2 maybe here.
Yeah, and I take. How do you say it? White every day and twice on Sunday, right? So,
No, run for your life here. You know, with black, of course. So this is
it's not good for black.
It is a very dangerous position. But I think that this exchange sacrifice is sort of positional.
Yeah.
Because he thinks that the knights are powerful.
The knights are perfect, and I think in recent years we see more and more of those positional exchange sacrifice because the difference of the rook and the bishop is getting smaller than what we've been taught about, right? So I've heard that the bishop is really 3.25 now or 3.2, and the rook is not really 5.
Oh, it even gets to this.
Yeah, I heard such discussions.
It's like centipounds analysis, but even transposed to the pieces value.
Yes,
This is incredible.
Luckily, I did not play professional in this age, so I still think it's 3 and 5. But okay, so now, yeah. Oh, so there's your D3. So you stole the idea. I know.
Rook D3, but no, because actually Rook D3 is a very important resource, because where do you go with your rooks? You cannot play Rook E1, you cannot play Rook C1. The only way with your rooks is to be Rook E1, Rook D1, and then what? So Rook D3 is a nice idea.
Very nice idea, yeah.
So then what happens?
And you're kind of asking some questions, right? So you're asking the knight, where do you go? And the knight says, I don't go anywhere.
So maybe this is just equal.
It looks as because what is black is not better here, I think.
But what is the current position before we move to
before we move to? So yeah, they keep shuffling around here, and it looks like it will end up in a draw somehow. And we have we have
a
this
draw.
Wow,
Yes.
and Almira, I think it went. So we missed here is this.
Knight H6.
So he didn't even play Rook D1. Yeah. So he played Knight F5 immediately, and then this check, King H1.
Yes, he didn't allow Knight E3, and he went for the.
This is important. The Queen on C5
draw.
is extremely important because it covers the E7 square, right?
No, but it's so beautiful also because after Knight H6 you cannot take on C5 because of Rook F1 mate.
So this is
Let's show
an
it,
extremely
yes,
nice resource because well calculated, obviously, yes.
So this is the first draw in the first match for the medal. Yes, don't forget that of course there will be a second match. How are the positions? So board 4.
Board 4, Vahidov against Lee.
Okay, this looks drawish, no, as well. King E2, King D3 is coming. I'm not sure.
King E2, King E3 is coming, and then even black could be in trouble, I think, because.
But as long as if I can win the pawn on A4, how are you going to?
How
win?
am I going to win? But you will, and you'll just move with your whatever. Yeah, you just make random moves. But I'm not sure you will be. Will you be able to?
Okay,
so whose turn is it to play? Let's clear the arrows.
It's Rook C5. I will wait.
Wow. Are you sure you're in the correct room? You should be over there. Yeah.
Okay, no, but I'm.
Or you saw it on the screen, maybe?
No. I cannot see. I barely can see that far, but.
But he goes straight away to A4. Yeah. So this will be a draw. Yeah.
Yes, this is a draw, and on the first board, it was a draw. No, not yet. They're still playing.
They're still playing. Pawn endgames are tricky always. Yeah, it's either you cannot be better or worse than a pawn endgame.
Yes,
yes.
And
you're either winning or a draw.
I will give you the privilege of calculating.
Of moving to another game. Let's move to another game.
Okay, let's move to the match for the bronze
this is nice.
medal.
This is interesting. So first of all, Vidit drew, and we have not seen it, right?
We've seen it so far. Actually,
Yeah,
A3
we've
was
seen
a
up to
mysterious
here.
move because we suggested bishop b5 first, but we did first
yeah, here.
place A3, bishop b7, and only then he took on b5. I'm not sure that we grasped the difference.
Let's see why.
'Cause-
Oh, well, first of all, he protected the pawn.
Yes, and
Right.
he wants actually to take on c6 and to leave the queen on e2 and protect the e4 knight. Because we were analyzing some crazy line with queen b5 and things like this, sacrificing the exchange. Of course.
Okay.
This is a more pragmatic approach.
And he went for the centralized.
Yes,
Yeah.
let's have a look.
But this allowed, it looks like it allowed black to get the counterplay. This is interesting. So there's, again, a pawn doesn't mean much here. Yeah,
Maybe we
just-
can show bishop d6, e d6, queen d6, and winning something after knight, let's see.
Let's win something, finally.
But queen c6?
It's a six, not
So how are you winning?
knight f5.
Knight f5?
But
Okay, why can we take this pawn? We have to find out.
maybe...
Maybe, no, there was no knight c2 before, so bishop d6, there was no...
Let's see, let's
yes.
be a bit...
He went for knight d6, and
So
he didn't
why
want
not
to...
take,
Yes,
you ask?
is there something else?
Maybe... No, this would be too much, right? 96 is...
Yes, let's have a look, of course. please.
hallucination, because what I want to check is maybe something like that, and e6 is...
Yes,
No,
but
I don't
have
believe- I
the
don't
threats
believe
of
it.
my own here.
I don't
of
believe in
course.
it.
No,
Yeah,
you have to take.
there's-
So,
I have
so
to
what
take on
happens
d6.
after bishop d6?
And then you
d6?
simply take.
So of course, my idea was to play knight c2.
Yeah,
but then queen-
let's show
queen
it, because
c6.
queen c6 is attacking the mate here, right? And we have not...
And knight e3, then what have you achieved? Of course.
Not much, but maybe let's see, where do you go here?
Knight
Maybe there is
e5.
some initiative here. Let's clear the arrow. Obviously, I'm hoping for queen
Yes.
c6 because
Then
it's
knight e7.
very lucky to take it.
But if I go for queen f4, for
Queen
example,
f4.
then what is happening?
The idea was to start asking questions. Santos beat Sasikirian.
We have a result already? Let me check.
We don't have it already, but my sources show me that we have. So.
Yes, we will show it, of course.
Okay.
Yes, just a second. Maybe we'll show the
end of
the end
Vidit
of-
game, yeah. Okay, so back to the main line. And
we'll have to check
so
it.
bishop g5. But look at this. He actually said. So the idea of bishop d5 is he's saying, okay, you cannot move the rook from the d file, and I want to capture the exchange.
What we didn't realize that actually black is playing for more.
a win. Yeah.
Okay,
so black is playing for a win. Naturally, if you see somebody pawn up, then the other side is playing
Yes,
for a
yes.
win. So this is how it works.
No, that's I was just thinking, okay, what's wrong with bishop d6?
So
But then,
nothing
of
wrong.
course,
It's
yes.
just draw. So
Yes,
okay.
yes, bishop g5 is an attempt to play for a win.
And here he because
It was very important to exchange the rooks.
and he gives up the pawn, but it was clear that black has enough compensation to win back at least one pawn here. Yes, so especially in retrospective, it's clear. Yeah. So
Okay, now
looks
of course we
makes
understand.
sense. Yeah.
And then yes,
So let's see how Santos beat. So this is a very important win for, and you barely touched on this game at all, I see, yeah?
Yes, we had a look. at the
This
opening.
you had this long conversation about the pawn on a6. Should it be there? Should it not be there? Yeah.
Not only, and then because of course, then we understood that the idea was to win this pawn somehow, to play c6, b5, but it might give white a lot of time also, and we didn't know if it was dubious or not. So let's have a look what happened. d4 was played, c6, exactly what we had a look, and bishop d3.
So the plan, black has a clear plan, right? b5 and capture the pawn, but white, what does he say?
So he started with c4, challenge you.
Yeah, obviously with the bishop, you do not want to get stuck with the bishop on a6. And again, pawn down, but white is playing for a win, yeah? So we have a tendency here. But why is white playing for a win here? Because...
Well, it's very
because, yeah, so the rook on a8 is a bit passive now, yeah? And we have a better development for white. But I don't...
I'm not sure. Yes, I'm not so sure that...
If we don't know that white won, I mean...
And if you play knight c5 there, you have queen c4?
Well, yeah, you don't have good squares. And you want to play knight d7, yeah? Like regroup like that?
Yes, I didn't want to give up on c6 because then you will have knight d5, but knight d7.
Knight d7, and then now let's...
Well, you know,
Knight
I've
a4
been
is a
through
move?
worse, you know, when I was playing Pirtsu Pirtsu. You know,
So this is a fantastic position plus a pawn, yeah?
So, yeah, I have an extra pawn. I've castled, you know, no one launched an attack with g4, h4, you know, I'm not suffering, and somehow, you know, I'm thinking, oh my God, this is such a pleasant position to look at, you know.
This is like the King's Indian,
Yes.
right? So basically...
So, I'm just asking, what's happening here?
I think white has very nice pressure here because this bishop is out of the game, and you will not be able. Yeah, you will not be able to keep them all. So white is better, but I don't know.
So basically, the long-term concept, because this is the battle of concepts in this game, is that my bishop on e3 is better than your bishop on g7, and that's it.
Plus a pawn.
Plus
Yeah.
a pawn,
Yeah.
of course. So I understand. Okay, this is very interesting.
Looks, yeah, interesting. And, so how did it go?
Okay, let's have a look.
Let's
then.
So so black tries to get some counterplay against the b pawn, which makes a lot of sense, and bring the bishop into the game, which also makes a lot of sense, right? So once if you let's imagine that black managed to swap those bishops, then suddenly it's fantastic for black, right? The position.
I'm still very skeptical, but okay.
About what? About white's chances or
No. That's just I think that black is doing fine. You know,
I don't think white.
There is
should have
nothing
the-
dramatic.
Yeah,
Yes.
it doesn't look like.
So what
anything
happened?
dramatic. So they're shuffling here. Wins back a pawn. And I think this is normally what black wants to do. He wants to give up the pawn, but that reduces the pressure, right? And then use this time to
exchange the dark square bishop. So
again, maybe a slight edge for white here, but yeah, nothing major. Just a little bit more active pieces. That's all. But what happened?
Okay, let's have a look. Queen d3.
In the tree, he starts putting some pressure, yeah? Okay, so
But
there is no good
eventually-
way to unpin, yeah?
Because knight d6 is also...
Knight d6 is, if you go to e7, to a8, knight d6 is a win, and if you go to e6, there's knight g5 coming, also very unpleasant, so. And probably a computer would just laugh at you here, right, and say 0, 0, 0, but
you
for
start,
a human...
Yes, you start to feel some pressure, like physically.
Yes,
physically.
yeah.
It's like, oh, okay, there's no clear way.
Every move is a
yes.
struggle, and the clock is running, and at least that's how it works for me. So that's...
So what happened
So
here?
queen before, he tries to go for some active counterplay, using the fact that we cannot take on d7 because of the hanging knight, right? So, but again, knight d6. Okay, so he wants to exchange. Every piece that is exchanged is very.
But I had a question.
Is a
of
relief
course,
for black.
here.
Yeah?
Couldn't I take on d7?
And this
I
is a
did.
great question.
Yes,
Yeah.
I'm not sure if it was
But
possible.
let's see if we have some interments.
Because this
knight.
might be it. Yes, let's see.
I'm afraid the knight might get stuck there.
Yes, let's take queen
let's
f8.
like this and like here. I think this is the point.
Okay.
And the pawn on
Yes,
c6 is
c6 is
extremely
very
important
important,
here,
of
yeah,
course.
because the knight can still
And rook h7.
cannot get out.
Okay.
So this is a nice variation. But he probably. But what happened? How did he lose so fast here?
Yes, let's have it because we have a very important game which
Let's
is
go.
still
Okay,
going on.
Let's go. Yeah. So
show
okay.
the blunder.
So this
and,
is this is the blunder basically, I think.
and
And
queen
suddenly
b3,
you cannot protect the
on
pawn.
f7.
That's the problem with these positions because you miscalculate one. This is a nice one too. Maybe he missed this one because
Knight f7, knight g5.
knight g5 or knight e5 and takes the queen. Yeah. Okay, so this is how
a very dramatic game on the third board.
On the third board.
Yes, no, on the match. Yes, here. So China
see
is
where-
playing Uzbekistan for the gold medals, and this is such a thriller.
Wow. So this positional positional exchange sacrifice that we spoke about, it translated into some fireworks.
Yes, let's have a look. He didn't
Okay,
want to
he
repeat.
doesn't want to repeat. No, wow.
Wow, Queen f4.
That's a nice move to make anyhow. I mean, even if it's a one-move tactic.
Because you cannot play Queen b8,
so
you will
nice.
have Queen b8 back.
So the point obviously is that here you don't really want to play that, right?
And I think White won already.
Oh.
Yes. It's
So this is
very
a game,
important-
so it's a match?
very important victory for China.
Look at this, Almira.
Yes, what
Look
happened?
at this. This is the point.
Rook f1.
So you cannot take here with the queen because it's overloaded,
But
and
yes,
after king takes, there is a nasty attack because you cannot go here. I guess.
yes, but
Yeah,
of
you
course,
take
and then Rook
here.
h7. Where do you go?
It doesn't really matter where you go.
Yes.
Queen rook h7. If you go here, rook h7, queen f7, mate. Next move.
Rook f8 is
You
the last.
must play, or even maybe you know what I think. Maybe. Sorry. Maybe even rook g7 is the easiest. Take on b8 and then take everything here. Might be winning. But obviously it's very bad for black.
What is the final
So
position?
he played king g5, takes, protected on h7, and then just.
Queen, bishop f3.
It's catching the queen, yeah, because of this tactic.
So that was the coup de grace. Okay, let's have a
fantastic.
look.
So-
Yes. What is going on in this game? It's a draw. Yes.
It's a draw.
Yes, it's a very well-known draw. There is no way for black to win this game. And what
Should
a
we show,
disappointment.
or-
Yes, of course.
So the point here is that white is threatening to queen on the next move, and usually the black wins these positions by forcing white to go before the pawn and
The
moving.
mechanism is called the steps. Yes,
The steps,
yes.
right? You check until you force the king to go to block the pawn, and then you bring the king forward. But with the a pawn, it's a problem because it's a stalemate, so it's a draw.
Yes, because here you have no moves, and if you go queen c6,
And if you
example.
don't go, and if you unstalemate, then you renew the threat of the
And the draw was agreed. Let's move. Let's
so
jump
we have
into
all our games and
the second board.
so Chinese won, right?
Yes.
So the match goes for China, and we have 1-0 for Spain. And this game,
Michal Serin is still playing against.
Serin is
Anton
trying to equalize. So
David.
it's an extremely important game, right?
Let's have a look.
And it looks winning for Black, unless he blunders anything,
So,
which is
Knight f5, of course, is the threat right now.
Knight f5 is a threat, which he.
That's why he played King
He
G6.
played King G6, but I think with this formation, it's a matter of a few moves, because Rook G5 and Rook H2 mate are coming, or Rook G4 is a threat now. I think it resigns now. It looks like resigns, unless there is. If there was no knight on D4, I'm not sure we can eliminate the knight. But still,
No, there is no stalemate because
there is no
yes,
stalemate
King
because
H5. Yes.
it's still.
Yes.
How did they get here? So
Black is winning,
yeah, Black is
and
obviously
India is going to
winning.
draw the match against Spain. The second match will start. So yesterday it started at 6. Today it
today's
will
5.
start 5. Yes.
So yeah,
Uzbekistan.
this knight on E6 is a monster here, and it was worth more than a rook probably. Oh, so he sacrificed. Actually, White was playing for a win here. Yeah,
And that's why he sacrificed on
he
G4.
sacrificed on G4, and as it all often happens, he just overpressed.
He forgot about Queen B7.
So why did he exchange?
But where do you go?
Maybe on C4 and then try to go from here? Or maybe there's a problem. They start
C2.
they start getting out. Yeah. No, but I would still go this way because
Because maybe he
exchanging-
thought there is a way to play knight f4, knight g6, but Black has a nice shelter on h7. He cannot play queen g.
yeah,
You need to
and
queen
with this
g4. Of course.
passer, I mean, if you don't have a play against the king, I'm not sure. Yeah, it's just.
But somehow White
It's a
managed
shame.
not to get mated. And
How? How did this
yes,
happen?
this is the position on the board. Of course,
So
Black
he
is still winning.
so he.
But if you take on f6, then I can simply play king e7, and you cannot take on f6. I like in the position.
Oh, so now he
So White resigned. Michal Serin equalizes the match for
Okay.
India. So let's bring the results
It's
on
a
the
fun
screen.
round, yeah?
Yes. And we were talking with Vishy yesterday, and it's very difficult, of course, to talk about the favorites like in the match for gold. But we thought, okay, maybe Uzbekistan is a slight favorite.
That's what I thought as
in
well,
this
yeah.
match. But China proved everyone wrong, and they won their first match. And the Chinese players are looking for their third gold medal. They won already the World Team Championship twice. And I also looked at the interviews yesterday, and Liu Shanglei answered just one question, and it was translated, and he said that it was such a honor for him for the first time in his life to represent China on the first board.
Wow.
It was...
Yeah,
So they're doing everything they can to win this tournament. So China beat Uzbekistan 2.5, 1.5, and India drew their match against Spain. Thank you so much for watching. Stay tuned, and we will be back in an hour, of course, for a very exciting round. These are the standings so far. Thank you very much, Alec, for helping us out. I think
you.
that you will be here for the second round as well.
It's a pleasure.
Of course. And, we will be back. Dear chess friends, welcome back. Visha is back as well. Thank you so much. So I take back all these wonderful things I've said to you, because normally you do this when you don't see a person anymore, for you.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm so glad that you joined us for the second match of the World Team Championship final and the match for the bronze medal as well. Let's have a look at the pairings. And I noted that there was a very important change in the lineups, especially for Uzbekistan. It was not an easy decision for their captain, Ivan Sokolov, but as you can see, they took out Vahidov Samsidin because he lost 3 in a row.
Okay.
And I think it's very important, of course, to keep fighting. So there is a new player, Nigmatov Ortik, and we will see how he will do in this crucial match. Uzbekistan lost to China, and the Chinese team, they have almost the perfect score. They haven't lost a match in this tournament.
Yes, actually, you're right. Yeah, they've not lost a single.
And in the match for the bronze medal, we have India versus Spain. They drew in their first
1-1.
match 2-2. No.
Sorry, 1-1
sorry.
in terms of
Yes,
decisive
yes,
results.
yes,
Excuse me, yeah.
Yes, and because in this tournament, you first of all you get 2 points for a win. It's different, 1 point for a draw. So at some point, I was coming back home and I was looking at classical chess tournament and thinking, okay, but this is not correct. You know, the points are different. Are looking somewhat different.
Okay, they have started. So,
should we go directly, yes, to the opening? And of course, if there will be a tie in this format, there will be a tie break, which will be decided in a blitz match, 3 minutes plus 2 seconds increment. What are we hoping for? We are hoping for the tie break in both matches?
I think it's hard on the participants, but yes, as a spectator, you always want them to just play forever.
So we want to have this, tennis-looking tiebreak, you know, where the game will go on and the match will go on. And
but look, if there's a beautiful game now, I'll settle for that. That's also fine.
The difference being that, you know, in tennis, well, you would have to stop the match at some point because you will not see anything or the players will be tired. While in chess, I think this can actually go on until there is a winner.
But even in tennis, the tie breaks do go on forever, right? There is you have all these legendary
Yes,
22, 23s and whatever.
But for example, if there is no light, you know, and even the artificial lighting is not enough, then they stop the match.
Yeah. Well, if we have a power cut, we'll stop also. So.
Okay, so what is the opening on the first board? I have the games now, so at least I can. So, what is this strange-looking Benoni?
It's a Trompovsky Benoni.
No,
this one.
I mean,
this
yes,
one.
I'm so sorry. Yes,
Yeah,
I was looking at
this
the
Benoni,
first board.
right.
Yes.
Well, if you play c5, once again, the problem is you get the Benko. So black
But
plays
let's
bishop
show
e7.
maybe what do you mean? So c5, b4, of course.
The name arose with inverted colors, but this is considered the Benko gambit. It is also sometimes called the Volga gambit, but so it could be a national thing that in the Russian language it was called Volga gambit. And do you know the story with Fedorovitz?
No.
So once Pal Benko went, he met Pal Benko somewhere, and he went and saw Pal Benko's game, and Benko had played the Benko gambit. So he went to him and said, Pal, I didn't know you played the Volga gambit. So.
Well, we had this discussion with Nigel Short during the World Cup, and he was looking at me, you know, so I expected a very tricky question. So he said to me, so what is this opening for you? You know, is this the Volga or is it the Benko? But of course, I grew up studying the Volga.
Volga, of course,
yes. But can you? No, because the pawn is not on E5.
It's on
yes,
E5.
on E5. Yes.
So if the pawn was on E5, then you can imagine if knight takes B4, I would capture a pawn on E5. And if bishop takes B4, I would capture a pawn on E5.
And then queen A4.
Queen A4 check and recover the piece. However, with the pawn on E6, it makes no sense.
But then should you play E3 here?
E3 is possible, whereupon I don't know, but black can start harassing white with such moves. And then you have to decide, you're going to give up the two bishops and play this. It's possible because the knight on C6 and this pawn is not coming for the central battle.
And the bishop is on C8
Yes.
for the moment.
Alternately, you could also play E5, knight C3, castles, let's say D4 takes, knight D4. And C6. And this is generally a very solid structure for black because though white has a space advantage, the black pieces develop freely as opposed to a pawn on E6 blocking things. So I don't know. It's not a particularly... He has gone for E3, so we'll find out.
Because if you don't go for A3, then you might try A3, but then A5.
Also, I should mention that by now B4 is possible again. So same logic. If bishop B4, knight takes E5. And but perhaps black has some intermezzo. E4 or something like that. I don't know.
I wish, because I was thinking you might lose something after knight G4, E4 and bishop F6, but okay, it's...
When?
Let's say knight G4.
Here, and
Yes.
B5.
B5. Okay, I don't have the
Maybe
time.
knight B4.
Knight B4.
The only problem with knight B4 is he ain't coming back. So unless that you can keep making moves, no, you can't.
No, but that was my idea.
Yeah.
E4. Here.
After...
No, try E4 here.
Here.
Yes. I wanted to play bishop F6. Of course it will not work.
Yes, I could go
Yes.
D4.
But now I have a few squares.
Well, you can sack a pawn, but
Okay,
I'll
no.
play A3 next move. And, of course, you could play A6. That is possible. You could play A6 here. Because if A3, then you're just in time with the pin. So maybe it's not that simple. Knight B4, what would you play? He's gone E3, E5, which is very...
So, well, actually he's claiming...
Because now we could play B4, but then we're exactly where we ever started. If you capture bishop E3, we transpose to this. But he's willing to allow it.
But so what is black
If he plays
playing?
B4, sorry,
So
yeah.
even if you're playing a Benoni, you're up a tempo, and black played E6, so you can allow yourself to play E6, E5, transposed to a very well-known theoretical, let's say, position, but because the knight is on C6, he thinks that he is fine.
Yes, imagine that I go bishop F4 and you castle, then I go knight E5. This is known to be equal. In fact, I might have played a game here myself. You can play knight G4 or C5 is not advisable because this square belongs permanently white. It is a position. However, black has just given up a move. I wouldn't say for nothing, but it might have some relevance. Bishop F4 castles, maybe some knight A3 or rook E1 or something. Rook E1.
But there is another plan also in Benoni, and I think it was played, you play knight A3, knight C2, and then try to play B4. Well, with the reverse colors.
That is true. The problem is, first of all, I would do that. You would go B3.
And how will you defend your pawn on
I'd do something like this. You would go here,
two?
perhaps rook B8 and B5, or bishop G4, bishop F5, counterattacking your pawn. These things are...
Okay, A3.
It's quite hard for you to get this. If I play queen D6 or something...
And my pieces are stuck. This knight on C2, if I will not manage to play B4, this will not be easy.
Yes. You can play B4 because you get this pawn. No, it's actually black's move. Oh, sorry. It's black's move, but anyway, we're going to find out because this has all happened.
Visha, can we have a look immediately
And knight c2 has
at the
happened.
fourth board? Because I was thinking, okay, this is such a dramatic change, and he's playing against Di Li, who was performing extremely well, especially in the first half of the tournament. And so he is going for e5 in this position.
There is some theory here. You go knight takes d5, e4, knight g5, queen d5, something like this.
Does this equalize for black? Or?
I don't know. It's not part of my repertoire, so I don't know the details. But also, let's see. Knight into e5, knight into c3, knight into c6.
Knight d1?
Knight d1, knight d8. Rook d8 and we recover the pawn. So actually that might also, that would be the logic for this. I don't know if, what's the move after bishop g5? Maybe it's just takes and queen d6. Awesome.
Well, I can check it because it's a very interesting line. And for did they say, because I don't see the first move was d4, yes, just in case.
I mean, I suppose I ought to know the theory here, but I don't.
No, but it's always very interesting to know because you have a very sharp position already on move, what is the move? On move 8?
Yeah.
Yes, so this.
So this line. Anyway, let me quickly scan through the other games. Okay. Of course, he played c3, so it is black's move. Yeah. Knight e7. If knight takes e5, perhaps. Bishop b4 or c6 first, I don't know. What would I do? I would go here. You'd play d5.
5. Can also check this one.
I would take it. And I'm wondering if white could have sacked the exchange. Nonetheless, if your opponent plays knight e7 in such a position, you assume that he has done his homework and you wouldn't necessarily challenge it unless you had checked the exact same thing yourself.
But by the way, in the previous game that we were looking at, I was thinking he didn't want to go maybe knight c3 surprise him, because normally you would go for cd5, knight d5, e4, or not at all?
Yes, but then you go knight b6,
Yes.
d5, knight a5, and
Yes,
that's another line.
Yes, maybe we can show it. I think, first of all, this might be a very legitimate question, why didn't go e4 here?
So the theory used to be that this clever move was played, and after knight c4, it allowed you to play knight c3, and because the knight is defended by the queen, you play b3 next. So there used to be this old theory. I have no doubt that the theory has advanced a lot here.
But white made a different move. He went for for
Knight
knight
takes.
c3. The second knight c6, knight c3.
And e5.
No, first c takes d5. Yes, if I.
Yeah.
Yes, sorry, because this exists. Let's see.
Okay, let me just quickly scan the other ones. Find Nihal and Anton Hiharu here. And then Daniel Yufa against Cecil Narayanan.
A lot of recent games actually in this line. Amidyarov, Van Forest, and Black 1. So maybe
So the bishop g5 takes
Yes.
queen d6 is one move.
So maybe they are targeting a specific position in this.
Yes, I think recently people found that this line works quite well, and of course, once one person finds it, you get 10 copies, and then we move. The theory advances, then they move on to the
Do
next
we have
one.
more moves, or can we show it? Yes, if bishop
I think
g5,
they're still
yes,
here.
white is still thinking. So bishop g5.
Well, so I mentioned this earlier, and this is Mamadyarov against Van Forest.
Yes. So okay, still, this was a recent event played this year, and d
April,
takes c5, and then yes, okay, they're going for this type of position. And so Van Forest, okay, Jordan Van Forest has played this position a few times, so he
Yeah.
clearly believes in it. Knight d5, e4, knight
E4. So,
g5. yes.
this was the game maybe I was remembering.
Okay, and this position is probably equal or a bit better for white?
I don't know.
No?
As I told you yesterday, IDK.
That was today, actually. So
Was it today?
You
Ah,
don't
okay.
know and you don't remember clearly.
Right.
So I can tell you the same joke every day, yes? Thus you will be a perfect audience. So we will leave white. No, but
Okay,
it was-
wait, some interesting, oh wow, this could be fun.
So this is the line in Trumpovsky where they sacrifice. No, did he sacrifice a pawn or it's
No,
not?
this is not that one. Because the beta pawn's still there.
Yeah. How did it go? He played the 5
Even
immediately.
92, 97, E4. So white wanted something specific. Check, here queen b6, long castle. So black can play bishop g7, bishop f6 and castle long, or I assume that white wants to prove a point with this. Of course, if I play h6, I don't know if you can do something great. This probably doesn't work. And if you take here, if you go here, I mean, I can just sidestep this and what have you gained?
But bishop g7, let's say, will make a move. Just one move. Can I start with h4? Is in every position right now. G4.
Okay, now I can
And
castle.
now you castle, of course, you will not play.
Also, maybe I don't care
Bishop
about
f6.
this. You're threatening rook e1 at some point. No, I thought maybe bishop g7, h4, queen a5, b5, but then you'll play rook e1 at
No,
some
no,
point.
no. Yeah, that's why I wanted to play.
And by the way, why did you start with h4 rather than g4?
No, but that's what I did.
Yeah. No, why did you rather than why didn't you? So, okay.
Because in the variation where you long castle, then bishop g4 is also possible.
Okay. So here, queen a5, king b1, b5 might be, and rook b8, b4 might be a decent place to try, yeah? So how is white going to go
And
about
rook
it? Rook
e1.
e1. So if I play bishop f6, yeah, but I can, but castling short is not for the faint of
But I have another suggestion. It's a crazy one. Can you? No. But here in this position, can you play king d8? So if you take, I wanted to play king c7 and then rook e8 or b4 immediately.
Okay, let's see where this is going. I take both.
Queen c3 will not work immediately. Bishop c3.
But then I throw in rook e7.
No, this
Yeah.
is too much, yes. I need to prepare this, but then...
Queen e4, queen b6, long castle. So this is where we are. Let's just see what's happening elsewhere before we come. h6. Clearly not too worried about b4. And this one we just saw.
And just to remind our viewers, of course, that the team from Uzbekistan is in a must-win situation, so they have to force on every board. Actually, it may be easier also to play. You know, you need to win, so you burn all the bridges, and what to do?
Yes, we should all lose our first rounds so that it's easier in the second.
Yes, but on the other hand, you know, it's not so very often that we are playing in those formats.
That's true. No, I take your point, but on the other hand, I can tell you, losing the first game, it's very painful to be desperate. Even if you're desperate, it's not fun. So, on balance, I would rather take the lead. I think you would too. But
Of course, but still, you have
By
to
the way, it's
find
interesting
something
here.
positive in a situation which is
I
desperate.
couldn't agree with you more. He went bishop g3, knight f6, knight c3 castle, then changed his mind and went f4. He should be a tempo down, right? But anyway, b6, knight f3, knight b4, and this. So why is he giving a free move? He's basically asking him to make a pawn move. If you commit, then I'll come back and then start again like this. And now perhaps that commitment is just a bit odd.
Can I start with knight e5 first?
Yeah.
Castle? Maybe delay castling for a second.
Yes, this also looks pleasant for white.
Those positions are very tricky. I always think that I equalized, but
Yeah.
this is not the case.
Why couldn't he have done that here? Maybe then
the
black
knight,
can
yes.
play knight
The knight
e7,
is
and
not
so
on
that
f6.
that's an extra option. Oh, it's a curious concept. Anyway, bishop b7. He's not played yet. But you're right. You can play a3, knight c6, knight e5.
And then maybe knight d7. Knight queen h5 f5.
Knight b5.
And knight b5, queen e7. I'm not losing yet. And queen c2. Maybe take first, yes, and queen c2.
Okay, no, don't give up yet. Queen h5, queen h4
not
check,
yet, yes.
g3, queen h5.
But then what is happening? You have rook c8 at the end, rook c1. Knight c7.
Yeah. No, my original idea was queen f3, but then I realized king d2 might work because. Wait a
Bishop
minute.
h7. Yes, this is. Let's show. Yes, maybe this line after king g2.
d2, no, but it doesn't work because you go queen g2 check, and I have no.
But I
score.
just wanted to show.
Yeah,
first
sure.
this because here, yes, that you take back, but it doesn't work. Why?
Yes.
Queen g2.
Yes, queen g2, and
And-
you messed up. If
yes,
you go
and
king
rook-
d3,
yeah.
you've stopped the one
Yes.
thing that you wanted.
king
The
c3.
second thing is here.
But why not king c3?
When?
Oh, king c3. I still have knight c7.
Yeah.
So what do you think? No, but you have
Okay,
knight
wait.
B,
I go
yes,
here
and knight b8,
knight b8, and you
queen b7.
queen b7, knight a6. No, then queen a6, rook c7, king b3, and I've still got this battery. Hang on.
This is what a chess grandmaster analyzes during the game, you know.
This is how we end up in. No, wait. Then maybe I should just go queen f2 check, because either I take your thing or I go for this one after the inclusion of.
Yes.
So let me do it here. Let me play rook a8, get you to do this. Then I do this. You go here, and I take here. Now you can't come back queen c3
Yes, because I'll check.
because I just take it and take on c7. But you could go bishop c2.
But knight b8, your knight cannot escape for the moment.
And your queen cannot escape.
Oh yes, queen b5. Yes.
Yeah.
It's a lovely resource. Which I had the question, what was the worst, not the worst, like the most impressive king march when someone was attacking? Let's say the king was on a square when he castled, and then when was the square, where did it go? That you witnessed or you've played?
Once my king started in a marshal against Kamsky in Dortmund, 92. Started on g1, went f2, e3, d4, c5, b4, a3, b2, a1.
Okay. that's
I should have just castled in the beginning on the queen side,
Okay.
but I went to the wrong side and then,
was
oops.
a very important mistake because I was just thinking about this game and I played one game against Svetlana Matveyeva where I was black and I was trying to attack. So her king from g1 ended up at a8. And of course, since everything was shaken, you know, I end up losing this game, but I still remember it. You know, it's coming to haunt me in my nightmares.
And we in my Bundesliga team, we always tease Sergei Movsesian because his king has done every pirouette. I mean, there was one classic Taimano where he was getting mated on the king side, and literally he's surviving like the house he's standing in, he's living in, is burning, and he's just escaping to that 1 square meter which is not burning. So his king, the whole board is burning behind him, and it goes to A7, and then he's fine because the fire stops somewhere here. So
but I love those games, and so does our audience, I think. But it's not very often that we see those king matches. And of course, the one where everything was fine was the Nigel's one, yes?
Well, Nigel's king
king
was not running from anything.
Yes.
It volunteered to go to hit 6 because that was the only piece Nigel had left. So every other piece was perfectly placed. And so you improve the last piece you have. And for Nigel, that was the king. So off went the king to hit 6. And there was nothing Timon could do about it. Of course, Nigel is done for life. I mean, his best game for life is done.
Yes.
After that, he's never going to play something better than that one.
Immortal.
Yeah? Yes, he has his immortal. And in fact, any king which go across the 5th rank is now usually referred to as Shot's king. So,
but what is your immortal game? I mean, I don't know, like how we should take things into consideration. Is this the one you played against Levon?
I think only because it was exactly the same kind of thing as another immortal game, which is Rotlevi Rubinstein.
Yes.
And so that it was a coincidence was very nice. And of course, some of my moves were very nice, of course. I like to think I have more games than that. But that's the one typically.
Which one would you...
Well, my win against Joel in Biel.
Yes.
So
I didn't
nice
want to. I remember.
Didn't want to
this
bring
game.
it up, but you know.
But this was H6. I remember. You know. Yes.
Yeah,
so
thanks.
of course, please have a look at those games. There, and many more. But of course, I was on the verge of a heart attack. Of course.
Okay, let's see what's
H6.
happening. So he's gone back bishop h7, allowing b4. Wow. A b4, and how is he going to do this now? Probably he is going to go knight g4 and rocket something on e5. Oh, what else? How else can he protect this pawn? There's no other way in by now.
Because b5 is a threat, a very obvious threat, of course, and you will take on d4.
Yeah. So what else I'm going to do? I could do knight d7 if knight g4 looks too fancy. And then if b5, I'm counter-attacking this pawn. But I don't know what happens if you go rook e1 and stop knight e5. Then I'll go bishop f6. I don't like this very much, to be honest. Bishop f4. It looks like white is just doing very well.
But if you can also play maybe knight e1, or this is too passive? Because then you will go on e5 anyway.
Yeah, that's an interesting point. If I do this, you'll bring your second knight, and it's piling up a bit.
And protecting.
It's a very rich position. I mean, bishop h7 is a very calm move. Because there were alternatives. After a3, you could have gone rook b8. b4 takes, and b5, which kind of plugs the disaster right away.
You're not losing a piece here. You know, I was looking at knight h4, but you still have bishop d7.
I mean, I even have bishop g4 if I want, just to distract you for a move. But yes, I have bishop d7. I don't know, is there something else here? Rook b8. c5 will allow knight d5. I don't know. Can I sack my queen again? I know you like them very much. d1, rook d1. But it's not going to be enough.
You sure?
He's gone b4, ab. So we'll find out soon enough. I kind of find it hard to believe that white's not... It would surprise me if white was not doing very well here at this point. But what is black's move?
Just checking the positions on the other board, because so this is the first board, and b4 was played.
Yeah.
And And let's just show that b5, of course, is a threat because we haven't mentioned, we haven't.
We were jumping off to g5 and h4 and g4 and thing, and he's just got knight d2, very solid. He's allowing bishop takes c3 because nothing happens. Okay, bishop takes c3,
Knight c4.
knight c4, yes. Queen here, a3, queen here, and rook d3. Thank you very much, I think. So, that's not working.
Knight d6 is also a threat because you cannot move
Yes.
your queen anywhere because you cannot play queen b5.
Yeah. Okay, so no bishop c3, knight d2. What should I play? Maybe queen c7, just to play b5 and go off. And try my b5. In fact, I even think I want to put a pawn on c4 to stop your bishop coming out.
But what do you think? In the long term, black can be better here? Let's say you will not.
I have to say, I still like white, but I liked white a bit more with all these h4 lines. And he's gone bishop h6 check. This is very clever. He's gone bishop h6 check, king b1, bishop g7. So that he has this extra move. So he's gained a tempo. That's a very clever way of doing it. What is white going to do now? Knight d2.
And I have
queen c7 has happened. Okay.
So bishop b2 just develops.
So here's Liu Shanglei has gone knight d7. So he's counterattacking on d3. But now my question would have to be what happens after rook e1 or even bishop f4. Because if you play g5, I want to play b5. No, you don't have the e5 square accessible. And if you take on f4, I'll take on c6 and I'm just doing very well, yeah.
But are you sure? Then just a second. So I'll take on f4, I'll take on c6, b takes c6. We'll have to play knight d4, and then if I'll take and play knight d5.
If you'll take, I might even take.
No, I will take. I'm so sorry.
Rook a6?
No, it doesn't matter. No, cannot take. Knight c5 I wanted to play, sorry, not knight e5, but you can take on c6, of course.
Also, maybe this is possible because if I do gf4, you take with a knight, I take here. I'm winning an exchange. Okay, by now I'm very curious what's happening here. After bishop f4 or rook e1.
Rook e1 just happened. And Ivan Sokolov is staying behind his players. He didn't want to celebrate yesterday. He stayed very focused. He said there is no time for celebration.
Yeah, it's a smart guy.
Well, and he has seen it all, probably.
Yes.
Uzbekistan is in a must-win situation. They have to force the tie breaks in this match if they want to have a chance for the gold medal. And the Chinese proved that this was not just a bench of reserved players. Actually, that's what I was thinking. Those players are very strong. And they seized this unique chance which was given to them. Because, what I said to Alec, because I saw the interview by Liu Shanglei, and he said for him it was such an honor to play on the first board, but it's also such a unique opportunity.
Sure. No, they have been very impressive. As you can see, I didn't anticipate that the knight could go in that direction because I thought, what is it doing on c7? Of course, it could potentially find its way to d6. And he stepped back queen d7. Knight d2 seems to me incredibly sophisticated, but...
g4? I mean, he protects the e4 square.
I mean, you could go g4, yes.
I mean, if you don't castle, why not g4 then?
Yeah. g4 is certainly a valid plan, queen d7.
So what is the situation in this match so far? Is it balanced? Do we have an advantage? Only the first board probably is a little bit better.
In my opinion, Uzbekistan is putting pressure here. I mean, my assumption is white is better here. Maybe I'm wrong, but that's what I think. And let's see the second one now. Okay. So queen b6. White then takes a chance to get the center going, and black plays queen b6. What should he play? Queen c2 maybe? But then black will play d5, e5, knight e4.
So that's black plan anyway. Black's plan anyway. You want to play d5?
Well, I could do this, but then, yeah, you might do this anyway.
And maybe knight c3 here?
Yes.
Yes.
Something like this, yeah. Okay, this is the second board. Nihal.
A lot of young spectators also in our audience.
Yeah, this it's hard to see something terrible happening here. And here as well.
Hello, Borisnovich, yes. Actually, if there is a hypothetical situation, a universe where you and Sachin Tendulkar could be in one place, what could happen? Right? I was thinking, there's...
Are there any other people in this hypothetical universe? If there aren't any people, there are no riots.
No. But I was like, people are following you everywhere. So I was imagining this situation. It's like how it's not so easy because you have so many obligations, of course, but you have always been there for the fans, and there's so much attention.
I'm not sure what to say. Yeah. But I suppose
What about the
I
rights?
appreciate
Yes.
it. Yes.
Queen b6, maybe bishop c2, yes?
But even then, I have the same plan, d5.
But that's what we
Sort of, yes. I mean, if I take, you'll take with a knight.
yes. Then
I
queen
take on b2, and you have compensation. Because if you castle, probably I want to do this. Stop knight c4 at all costs, and then try and rotate this knight around or something.
But do you have a
Is that-
selfie?
What's that?
Do you have a selfie with with Sachin? That was that comes to.
I don't have a
Right.
selfie. I mean, when I met him, we didn't have that kind of phone. I mean, it wasn't in existence, but there's a photograph.
There is a
So,
photograph.
there's
Yes,
a photograph, yeah.
it has a story. Coming back to my question about the selfie.
And I mean, I didn't know what the knight was doing on t2, but I don't see what it's doing on f1 either. Maybe black will just take and go b5 or something.
Maybe you can play knight e3, g4.
Yes, I wanted to do this and get my knight around like this to c4. Once it's there, I was hoping that. But of course, you could try g4, yeah.
And then g5.
So knight f1. Also, if I do this and I move the knight, you can't just move because I'll take and capture the pawn on h5. So you'll have to make a decision about this rook as well. Okay, this is even more direct, just saying I'll play an endgame if you're ready.
Okay, this
I
was,
think Nihal is probably that Anton has solved all his problems. That seems to be my impression. Okay.
and the third board.
This one, normally this would be a helpful move to take that d8 square away, but I think here the black king is too well placed. It's ready to come and stop all those things on the d file.
Okay, this.
Abhijit Gupta against, yeah.
What is this? This was Irish?
Hmm?
With the, this famous variation with the Queen d4.
Yeah.
Okay. What do you
What is
do here?
SL? Yeah, this one is the one that's going nowhere, I think. Or at least I think there is no real danger. Fine. This is solid enough for both sides. Let's get back here. He has gone knight a5. None of this knight e5 stuff. And what is the point of this? If I go...
If you take, then you play knight c5, yes?
Yes, I'm just trying to see that if I have some bishop a3 or something. No, but you'll go knight d3 and you're attacking your rook and everything. Fine.
But I wanted to play bishop b2, but do you have something else here after bishop b2? Knight b3? Can you play knight b3 and protect the pawn? We need to put the position on the board. Bishop b2 or something, yes. Even knight c5 is possible.
Yeah. And you want to just go bishop f1 on me? Then I might go here.
That's an interesting conception. You know, if you will manage to keep your knights on c5 and on b3, then I will have to exchange maybe. Can I play knight?
Also, I could go knight e6 and try to get in c5. Though I don't like this piece here. And white could play knight b4 and try to come there. So, very complex position. I suppose Norderbeck is happy because it gets him the kind of position you want when your team is a point down. But, I mean, it's behind in the match. But
Normally
it's very rich.
our team is alerting us if there is a blunder on board, but I don't have any message. So it means that the matches are very balanced for the moment.
Okay, he went queen b3 instead of queen c2 and bishop c2.
So we are back to India versus Spain.
I mean, I could go queen a5. So I'm threatening b5.
Yes, yes.
So you'll move where? Queen c2.
C3. Queen c3.
Yeah, well, queen c3
A4,
would leave
yes,
that hanging.
Of course, yes.
And if I take this,
What can I do?
it looks greedy-ish to go after this, but I do have a solid thing going over there.
Okay, did it happen? No, that's not yet the...
Yeah.
No, it didn't happen. Knight d2 was played.
Okay.
But then do I have...
He has gone queen a5. He's just gone queen a5.
What else do we have here?
And queen
Queen
a3.
a3. He wants to play b4. Okay, that's
Yeah, but
the
knight
idea.
e4, I go b4.
Queen f5.
And if queen f5, bishop c2, I have d5. So
But then what is the idea? Our audience is falling asleep. Just kidding. So just got the confirmation that all the games are
Blunder free.
Yeah, blunder free. Yes. So the players are increasing the pressure for the moment. So what? But this was a very interesting position. What
This
do you
one?
think? Yes. I'm not sure I like this exchange. Bishop b6, bishop b6, queen e6. Because very often when you manage to exchange a pair of bishops, black can get better.
Yeah, I mean, I like black's position. This pawn on f5 is stopping knight e4. But this is nice because white wants to go for this one. And go after the f5 pawn, which will be impossible to defend after queen takes e6. So, clever.
You still have like rook f8 and bishop g7. But rook d5, yes, and you are winning it.
Of course, I can delay capturing forever. Also, I don't know if I want to play b4 or rook b8 and b4. Or if I do this, you capture. I don't know if I can do this. Maybe that's a reasonable way to start. b4.
So if I take, but then can I close the b file?
Take what? This one?
Yes, on b4, rook b8.
Yeah, I go rook b8.
And I don't have time. I wanted to play knight c4, but rook b4, b3. How is this position?
I was just thinking if I could sack the exchange. Actually, maybe queen b5 wins or something.
Queen b5.
No, you'll go queen e2.
Yes. Now king somewhere.
Assuming this is not winning, I can
Yes.
do this. So you can't take, you have to take here first. I'll take this. I get my check. If you go here, I can go rook b2 check. So let's say go king c1. And I go rook b4.
Rook b4.
And I'm collecting that one. So you either have to allow rook b2 check or you have to allow... I don't think black will be better, but certainly it's a good exchange set, which I'd feel very comfortable playing. So b4 might be a good place. So he's gone king c7 actually. But then after knight f1, what's he going to do? Just rook f8, knight e3, bishop g7 rolling.
But I can always protect my pawn by rook f8 and move my bishop away.
Yes.
So let's say b4 here. This might lose.
But you've lost king
yes,
c7
attempt,
because then
yes.
rook c1 check, you'll move again. That's not true actually. After king c7, knight f1 happened, right? Yeah, he's gone knight f1. I could play b4 now because if now if cb4, rook a b8, same problem. And if you do this, then I think I can take and go bishop d4. Which knight g3, knight e2, etc. Might not be that trivial, but yeah. So c4, what would I do?
But can you switch and play rook? You need to play h5, h4, yes, at some point. So maybe now rook f8. Rook f8.
There is a b4 coming, yeah.
Yes.
b4 has been played.
So let's say rook f8 here. If you play knight e3, I will play bishop d4.
And so just before we get that, c4 I think we agreed is the only way forward, right? And you wanted to do rook f8?
Rook a f8 now, because I wanted to switch. And if knight e3, then bishop d4, and I wanted to play then rook g8 and play h5, h4, if you will try to cement everything with g3 and things like this.
Yes.
Should we want some water, by the way? Just I have some.
Okay. No, I have some. There's some left here if I want.
Just maybe it's
Yeah.
fresh.
Yeah.
So, yes, this is exactly the position that we are analyzing because they wanted us to focus on this one.
Okay, let's quickly have a look at this one because
First board.
I think this might be Uzbekistan's best position,
yes,
so to
best
speak,
position.
right? So, though right now it's gotten muddled a bit. But now that you see the knight on a5 isn't coming back. And it has got long-term consequence that it's not coming back.
Yes, I think it was important to not allow knight b3, knight c5, but white gave up the dark square bishop.
Yeah.
Yes, in the process. So what can you do here? The knight,
I would
knight
guess
f3?
knight f3,
yes?
yeah. If rook takes, I can do both knight fe1 and knight b4, which is probably my preference, or this one and knight d2. So both knight allocation. Just saying, your knight is never coming back.
And
He has gone back knight f3.
knight f3, okay, first place. And how are the other boards then? Of course, let's say white is much better here.
This one looks fine for black, right? I'll just go de4. Should be okay.
That's why he castled. He wanted to play rook f3, rook h3 first, and then.
And this one is equal. It's just a likely draw.
Okay, if this one is equal, then the position on the second board. They exchanged queens, by the way. Just as so how.
No,
He didn't play c4, you see?
Yeah.
He didn't want
He
to.
went king c2.
Yes, king c2. So
and now he's going to undermine him all the way. But now knight e3, what's he going to do? I thought we were generally trying. But it's true. Queen d7, king c2 is nice. And he's gone a5. What's he going to do after knight e3? Maybe rook f8.
And
Yes,
bishop
gone
c3.
Bishop
Yes.
c3 is available.
But once again, let's illustrate the
Yeah.
point, of course.
So we wanted to
Yes.
protect this pawn like this,
Yes,
and if
in a
knight
way.
takes f5, then bishop takes c3.
And then we will get our. But knight e7, and then I have knight c6 back, but I'm not sure.
No, but first of all, I don't think a knight is well placed on
Yes.
c6. But second, I also have rook takes f4. So no big deal.
But I wanted to try to play bishop h8.
We have a draw, okay?
First draw?
Yeah, so India has drawn Narayanan, right?
This match is heading into tie breaks. I think all the positions are very balanced for the moment. So if this match is drawn, then we have.
And Jaime Santos has gotten probably just a equalish position. So then India is holding both the ones with black, and Anton is very comfortable here. So that leaves Abhijit. But of course, India is drawn the first match as
Yes.
well, so India and Spain. So at the moment, very balanced, but maybe tie breaks are very likely then.
Yes, that's what I was saying, because I couldn't see for the moment, and the character of the positions.
Yeah.
Also, it's not like it's 0-0-0 and there is chaos on the board. So
Queen d6.
Let's have a look at this game, because I think it's one of the most important games in the match.
Yeah.
Queen d6. What can we? We cannot play knight d2 because the g3 is hanging for the moment.
I could go knight b4. Unless there is some knight takes c4 trick. No, but then I go rook e8 first.
And why is it important?
Well, just that when you take this, I take this.
You don't have rook a4?
Well, d3, and maybe there's a rook a1 somewhere.
Okay.
So it could be a... Of course, I could reverse the order. I could go rook e1 check. Knight e1, knight c4.
Then I will have queen d3.
No, the knight is
Knight
attacked.
on before. Yes, and knight d3.
You
then
could
have
do
rook
this.
a1, yes.
You could do this, rook a1 and queen c2. And for the moment, you can't exploit this thing. Yes, and if I play bishop f1, then the knight is escaping as well. So
I've clearly established the pattern. Whenever I suggest a move, and this is a huge blunder, it's like you're looking at me.
sorry, what was your last blunder? This.
Yes.
It wasn't really a blunder. But
So no, I appreciate the delicatesse. But even this position can get very sharp, if white will allow some, sacrifice. Let's say I'll get 2 pawns and something.
Well, my idea is more or less, I could start with this and play knight b4. And my idea is if you go c6, then I'll play knight d2 and threaten to bring it here. And I'm going to claim that somehow my knight on b4 is better than your knight on a5. And you can't play cb5 or something like that.
But here it's actually, it might work, especially when the pawn is on g5. If the pawn would be on g7, then I would say, okay, black is a little bit worse, but here you can play even bishop b4, establish your knight on e4, then play g4, and your knight will still be on a5.
Yeah, and it's still a problem what to do with this knight. So I think it's slightly awkward there.
And this is the position that we have on the board, or what was played?
No, they...
Yes, he took an 8 and he played knight b4.
Oh, okay. So I'm playing like Norderbeck.
Not like
Not the other way.
Not the other one. Yes, you just have to.
No, I mean not the other way. It's not like he's playing like me. I got there first.
Yes, but even then, you're not playing like Norderbeck of Satorov, so you have to. Huh?
What are you saying about Yakuboev? So,
but what to do here with black?
I don't know. With black, it looks tough.
But what I was saying that you have to raise your game a little bit, yes?
Where?
To make the claim that you're playing like Norderbeck of Satorov.
Of course.
So, let me check if we have... Vahidov Baizhenshi. There is...
I'm going to see him in 3 days.
You do?
Well, he's playing in Kolkata, right? So.
I missed that there is an event which starts
Yeah.
in a few days. So what is going here? Let me check. And what is the event, by the way?
So it's the Tata Steel event, just like I can say, but it's happening in Kolkata.
But
so
is-
Tata Steel Chess India, they call it.
But yes, but is it a part of the Grand Chess Tour like before or not at all?
No.
Yes,
It's a standalone Tata
unique
Steel event, yeah.
Yes, look at this position. That's changed a bit. He brought the queen to h4. At least some mating possibilities.
Which game was this?
It's Vahidov Jahongir against Baizhenshi.
Right.
Of course, all of the time it's just an optical illusion that you have some mating threats. But how can we evaluate this one?
I agree. It's actually quite solid for black because he's covering.
And all your pieces are there. You need your knight somewhere on h6, or at least on g4.
My knight on h6.
Also, you can sacrifice this then somewhere. So I would play f5, then play knight f7, and I don't know, sacrifice everything.
I would play rook f7 and
I don't want to go to Anand's school, like Botvinnik school, because I think everything I will do will be frowned upon, and they will say, okay, you do not belong here.
I wish I had been there at that moment when Botvinnik told Karpov, this young man has no future in chess. It would have been such a historic moment.
Yes, but I grew up with these stories.
My other favorite moment was when the one I wish I had been in was Tony Miles and Viktor Korchnoi. When Viktor Korchnoi asks him, how do you spell asylum? It must have been a great moment. So, when Viktor Korchnoi was writing his letter to the Dutch police station applying for asylum, so he asks Tony Miles, how do you spell asylum?
Actually, I played the game against Tony Miles. I was so scared.
When did you play him?
It was in Groningen, quite a while in Groningen Open.
Okay, because I played Tony a couple of times as well, but
I managed to make a draw, but I was very afraid that if I would win, I would have to bear the consequences of this victory. So I didn't want to, to make him enraged. So this is equal, or?
Yeah, equalish. Width is equal as well.
But when you say equalish, does it mean that black has a chance, or?
It means I don't want to be categorical.
Okay. No, because I'm thinking, okay, so then who is?
When you want to say something, but you don't want to say something, you just say ish, and then it's vague enough that you can get away with it.
Okay.
But here, it's probably only microscopic. But if at all, it's white, because of this bishop on f7, it's white who's slightly better. But I don't think it's any practical consequence here.
But here it's interesting. The case 3, c3, 3 f3, those pawns are.
It would be different if the king could get up to here or something, or in some world the knight could go here, but right now I don't see that white can do anything. So India and Spain are looking very tight, but it's understandable that they're all being a bit cautious. And here, if black plays rook d3, then we basically have a draw, but almost any move, e6 draws. Rook d3, rook d2, king e3 draws. So I think this should work. But equally, I don't see any real problem for this because my rook is getting so active. In fact, as black, I'd probably run back quickly before you took the 7th.
No, but I was.
Or you could take here and swap one pair of rooks.
But are you sure that the pawn endgame is a draw?
This one?
Yes. King f8.
I'm not sure that you will be equal. I think you'll be worse.
So
because I'll go g4,
yes,
right?
g4, yes. And then
if you go here, because I'm getting my pawn pair right away, yeah.
But f5 right now.
But then that's just a protected pass pawn, right?
Yes, let's
No,
show.
you probably wanted to do. You wanted to do it here instead of king e6. You could play f6.
F6 first. But
I
then
could go king e4. But on top of that, you haven't really changed anything except my pawn pair being on the 5th, now it's on the 4th. So I can go to c5 and you can never do anything. So I think that would be an unexpected turn of events. e5. But rook d3 is also a good drawing attempt, so it just shuts the thing down.
I think it's always nice to show a few examples of the endgames, especially pawn endgames, because we don't have them very often. So what happens if, like,
Yeah.
if we exchange all the rooks, and then black has to be very careful not to commit this error, because
Yes.
this would be a lost
So
pawn.
here white has gone rook f1. Would you play f5 as black? Well, he's gone queen g7, which kind of answers my question.
He doesn't want to play f5.
Now I want to play f5 and then bishop a6, bishop c4 and try to swap that. But I'm claiming that gf5, I'll take ef5, and what's the big deal? But
Where was the queen? Is she? Where was the queen?
on d7.
On d7, so it was protecting the 6 pawn, because I was thinking, now rook c8 and
Yeah,
it's
you can't play rook
also
c8, but you
raise.
could try bishop a6.
b6.
I think this just opens the door to some g5 or something, but I don't know in what situation he can take advantage of it. Okay, knight b4, b6, knight d2, b6. So all this we got, it seems, quite well. And if I'm going to play knight e4, I should do it now.
No, but I wanted to play. I'm so sorry to contradict you, sir.
Of course,
Bishop b4. That's what I wanted to tell you. Like last time, I want to exchange this light square bishops. But then if you take and you will play f5,
or if I play f5, you'll go
yes.
here.
you will not exchange. Yes, the
But this is also awesome for white, because now my bishop is... In fact, instead of even bothering with the thing, why not I just go here?
Bishop d5 first.
And then play knight e4 behind it. And you see again that this knight, it needs a rescue. It needs somebody to go to c8, rescue it via b7. Of course, it is... at least one white piece will have to stay back to stop this knight coming out like this, but this has to be good for white.
No, but at least now I think that Liu Shanglei didn't want this to happen, because he played bishop g7.
There he is. He has
yes.
gone bishop d5 and bishop g6 has happened. So we are even here. I could go knight e4.
Let's say queen somewhere, queen d8, but then queen f3, yes? That's the idea.
It's not that trivial for me either. How do I make my next move? But something like queen f3. And even g4 if I want to cement the knight in position.
Yes, but I thought maybe there is a tactical idea, then you will play rook e1, knight f6, even though your knight will get into play, but I will exchange everything, play queen f6, bishop g6, queen g6 will be a threat, and then knight c6, maybe all the pieces will come into play. Magically, I'm not sure. So let's say here after queen f3, I will make a move. Which one?
You will have to make 3 moves so that I can play rook e1 and knight f6 check.
Yes. But cannot play king h8. I can play bishop f7.
You can play king h8, funnily enough,
Yes, and
because
then
you
rook
have rook
f8.
f8 pinning it.
Then
I might almost be able to play knight c6, though I hate exchanging this knight, and then dominate the a file because that one is available to me.
but here I can play f5 then if you...
What has happened in the game? Yes, he's gone knight e4. So he clearly likes his position. How can you blame him?
And what's the situation?
I like this idea of playing g4 and knight g5, yeah. G4 and knight g3 and queen f3, so that f5 is never going to happen. And the other knight is free now. I can move, I can play rook a1 and knight a6 or knight c6, something along those lines. Black is solid, but white's got so many plans. This one has come up to here. And who's doing well here? And why? And black's losing a pawn, actually. Both 3. Okay, here we like white. This, I like white as well, I guess.
So here you think that white is especially after c4 and
Yeah.
knight e3.
He went a4 to stop. Why wasn't this played? Because maybe white can play rook b1 and knight e3 or something, yes. And just rook b1, and you have no entry squares, and I'm taking on f5, right? Suddenly it doesn't look so much fun for black, right? I mean, if it's another thing, if he had played rook f8 and bishop g7, then at least that pawn isn't collapsing. But also, needless to say, Uzbekistan is forced by the match score to do this kind of thing.
Yes.
So they might
No,
have
but
to.
on the other hand, like if, for example, if he would evaluate the situation on the first board as much better, then you don't have to take so many risks. Let's
Yes.
say if all other games are drawn, then it's fine. But maybe he didn't have a look at it's not always easy to play your own game and to have a look at your opponent or your teammate. Yes.
I was just thinking, can I sneak in like this? Queen g4, king somewhere, queen d7. But black could play queen e7, so it doesn't really pan out.
So,
Wait, can I play h4 here? Gh4 and then go queen g4. But you'll play queen h5 if you want to. Okay, let's see what he does. Oh, just to be sure, this is the current position. And we're waiting to see. I mean, white's got a dream position, but how do you actually get the job done? Okay, black has gone rook a b8. So assuming white plays rook b1, how does black go forward? Black could of course do this and wait, because if I capture this, then you have takes, rook b3, and the rook breaks through and you get a lot of counterplay. So after rook a b8, wondering what he's going to play. He can't take this yet, because I will take and go rook c8. But it should be mentioned that b3 is possible. Okay, let's quickly scan the room. Okay, this one is still going on. Okay, so rook e1, my guess would be that he wants to play f3, but didn't want to allow the fork, as the arrow already indicates, so that he didn't want to allow that. However, if black plays b5, f3, knight d6, I think this is just getting a tad unpleasant. Maybe it's nothing serious. I can go king d3 and just wait it out, but okay. Black has kind of, if I go rook g1, you'll play h5, I go bishop e2. You can do this, I take, you capture, and you even have this move if you want. So, sorry, I meant rook g8. So that's not a threat. He has gone h4, wow. And if gh4, what does he want to do? Maybe this queen g4 plan after all, but I wasn't that confident here. He did play h4 actually. Okay, I guess gh4, queen g4. If I go queen h5, does white have anything spectacular? Or maybe he just thinks this is a nice position to have. If I come back to e5.
So how is this position right now?
I don't know. Lu Shangle seems slightly perturbed by all this. So I think we might as well park ourselves in this game because the other stuff is not this dramatic. And this could be a big game for Uzbekistan as they're trying to come back from their deficit.
So it's going to be a draw on the fourth board.
I mean, black probably has a draw here with rook a3, and if you take, I take on a2 or something. But he has played h4. Is Lu Shangle going to take it or try to potter on a bit more?
And they still have 10 minutes left. Yeah, it's not a huge trouble for the moment. So he goes
Queen g4, and now
have you analyzed both moves? Yes, Queen h5 and Queen f5. Sorry, like
Queen f5. Yeah, I assumed I would just take here, and I was happy with this. At least, quote unquote, damaged your pawn structure a bit. But Queen h5 doesn't allow that, so I'm just curious what the evaluation is going to be here.
And what happened there?
Seems
you have
to have been a draw.
Yes, a draw. So it's Another draw. The match between India and Spain. So they're heading into tiebreaks.
Yes. Well, we don't, I mean, there are two games, but for the moment, I don't see any decisive action here. But it is unpleasant if I play knight c4 at some point, king d3, king f8. Then, if you play knight c4, I don't think I can take on c4, because you'll take with the b pawn and play rook play. And I'll keep on with my rook on e3. It was very far from being better for black or something, but it is unpleasant. So,
and what about this game? Because there have been some changes in Xugzangi against Tendarov over here.
yeah.
The second one.
Now what's the way forward?
What surprises me that white still has 15 minutes left.
No, but look, if I do it, if I go rook h8, what do you do? Rook g2 maybe.
Yes.
Yes. Because if you go here, suddenly I go here and you cannot hold the 7th rank anymore. I mean, maybe you're still better after this.
Take and g3.
Go here. You may have to do something like this and get some counterplay. So you come on the other side and help me. Okay, but I think,
don't have time to play
anyway,
e6 there.
I think this is very nice.
Yes, because after knight c6, I also could play e6.
Yes, you could. But I might come back knight b4, I might play b4, b5.
Then
So I have some
then
couple
e5
alternatives.
maybe.
Yeah, but anyway, my point is that rook g2 is a better move because I can continue with my plan, which is knight c6 and b4, b5 in some move order. After rook g2, it's getting hard to see what he's doing, but let's see what his move is actually. He's gone rook g4, okay.
So he wants to play knight c6, rook g8.
Yes.
And then, okay, we should calculate this. Yes, let's try knight c6. Oh no, he goes
He's gone knight c4.
Knight c4. But what is the difference now?
But why? Why did he go knight c4? Why didn't he do this? Oh, I see. No, what is his reason? Something like this to, or I've lost track of this thing. Rook g4, if rook d3, so that I can come here, then I would go here, and
Rook g2, rook
maybe
h3,
come here
and
so
rook
that
h1.
I can go rook a1 or something. Anyway, he went knight c4 very fast. And rook bg8 has happened. So now what's going on? a5, a6. No, a5 takes. He's gone
Yes,
b4.
so he wants to push his pawns.
Yes,
He
so
gives
it captures,
the
takes,
g3.
and he'll just go a5. And his point is that you don't have any check on b2 or anything.
And maybe he didn't want to play knight c6 because of e6 or some potential like rook g8 and then e6.
Well, now the knight is helping even more with b5, b6.
Yes, so it's more
So,
stable there.
yes.
So maybe white is winning here, or much better at least for the moment.
You might be right. Okay, here we have some action, which is e5 has finally happened, which means that white's position is being prized open a bit.
It also might collapse.
Okay, so let me capture here. You capture here, and I go here.
So I want to play knight.
Right?
No, I wanted to understand what was your next move. So if I play knight c4.
Yes, I will take,
And next.
and I don't know, maybe f5. can't. No, I can't even. So I would have to decide on this.
Because f5, yes, I can take and you're
It's pinned, yeah, that's the problem. So this is the current position.
This is at current position already? Or?
Yeah, no, this is the position, sorry. It's gone king f8. Now what did he want? I would assume this last bit of exchanging didn't help white, because we exchanged queens, but for what?
So he played queen h5, was forced to exchange queens,
Yes.
and then g takes h4. But what can you do here? What is your plan? Can you activate your rook?
A lot of dramatic games going on. What's happening here? If I go knight c4 now, what are you doing? Because I'm threatening to take on b2 simply.
Rook e2.
But then I take this. You take with the rook. I
You
take
take on-
this. And am I better or not? Maybe not.
Because if you go rook c1 and rook h1, I will always have
You
king
have rook
c3,
e5
king
and
b4,
or
and
king
rook,
b.
yes.
Some counterplay you'll have. Yeah. Okay, so then it's maybe more under control. I almost don't like what's happening here, because there could be a knight h6 in the future, but yeah, but it's quite complicated to achieve. So I think that match is still equal. This match,
But like black is to move here?
yes.
Okay, let's. Should we take? Yes, on h2. f6 probably.
No, then rook h3 check.
Rook h3. Then first, but then. I'm always looking at the.
No, but I can go check and come here. So I'm threatening e6 as well. Assuming you go here, I can play
I have 6 here, but
F6.
then king e8.
and I harass you like this. I do this. I don't know. I wouldn't.
But you could also go.
You could improve the king's
king
position.
f4.
Yeah.
Rook h2, king f4. Don't compromise your pawns for the moment, and then you will see.
Fine. If I go here, that went fast. Wait, what happened there? If I go here, sorry, rook h2, king f4, king f8.
For me, you f6, you will play king e8.
Yes.
And if I start with
Rook d7.
rook d7.
But anyway, I think white is kind of doing well. He's gone king g7, which is funny because I was willing to waste a move to provoke it. So he's just gone there. What happens now with rook d7? Is he just going to repeat with rook a3 check or something? Because that would be one method to go. You go here.
Rook a5 first, and then checks.
Yes, and then you go here, and maybe it's just a draw. So that was useful. This game, he has now played c5.
Okay, but why
I
not?
guess he's still better,
Yes, of
yeah,
course.
because that beauty on a5 is still there. But let's say I play rook e5, then you will have f4, and if rook f5, then you have knight g3, right? Or, I mean, throwing away in cb6 somewhere. Okay, that is progress.
But here,
This one is winning for white.
yes, unfortunately, Uzbekistan, I mean, for their team, they will need to win somewhere else. They need 2 boards now. Is there any other winning chance?
I don't see it. I mean, there are only so many boards, and oh, so this has all happened. And white's problem is this rook on h3. And India has done a third match, which means we only have Nihal Sarin against Anton Hiharo. This is a clever way, because by protecting the e-pawn, you allow knight c4 to happen, and after that, I guess it's time for white to regroup. So if I play fe6, you play fe6, and then maybe it's time to play knight h2, to go knight g4, h4, g6.
And
When you do this, I just go rook e2, and I can go to f4 or h4, so enough counterplay.
Look how tense they are.
Of course. I mean,
Exactly.
this match can decide this encounter. So, in fact, this tournament for them, the bronze medal. So,
And both teams, of course, they lost their matches yesterday, but nevertheless, they're still looking their best performance in a World Team event. So and
and there's another reason he's tense. He's got 50 seconds, whereas Anton has 8-9 minutes. You can see it here at the times. So the official clock is about 3 seconds lower than the one you're seeing here. So Nihal now has 28 seconds and 26 already. So you get the idea. I would have thought knight g2 you play pretty quickly, but anyway. Oh, that is nice. He's going to...
but he gave up the e4 square as well. So if you go
But he
knight
doesn't
e4,
care about e4, because then
knight-
you've got rook c1 that grabs
yes.
that. No, that's fine. And if I go here, he just wants to go rook e2, but wants to have this counterplay. You know. Also, white can sneak up here when black is not looking. So that is an option. If your rook is never not coming to the c file, for instance. Okay. Once again, what's happening here? He's gone bishop g6. But now white has got the open c file that he wants. He can go rook c1. Or if he likes, without even this move, just rook c1, and on the next move plays cb6, or even knight a6. I think this one is crashing through.
What is wrong with the plan of getting the king to like c2 and then playing rook a1? Is that too much time?
Okay, we had a question in the audience. Could white have gone like this and then played rook a1? It's possible. First of all, they've got just a few minutes, so they might not be able to embark on such long plans. It's more likely to be in classical chess. Second, I think c5 is very strong. So this plan might be even stronger. And third, you don't even need the king, because that the knight on e4 is blocking the black bishop. You could play knight c6 right away and then go rook a1 if you wanted. So anyway, let's get this position. This is the current position. So we'll have to wait to see if he goes rook c1 or cb6 and rook c1. Or keeps the knight a6 option there, because after knight a6 you might be able to sacrifice something. No. Every time I can't predict what they're doing. He's gone f4. But I don't even understand this. Did he want to stop bishop e5? Maybe that was his point. I mean, if so, he's doing this at a very high level. If rook c1, he wants to stop bishop e5, which will defend the c7 square and be a useful resource for black. Wow, okay. That's a lot of attention to detail. Now a7 wins or what?
It seems that, you know, white could have won on the second board immediately, but he played knight c6. Got the message from our crew.
And is that still winning?
I'm not sure, but let's show the position first.
Okay.
I think
1 sec.
here.
Here, white had a potential win with this, because if you go c2 check, I can take anyway, it doesn't matter. And a7, if you take, then knight c6 check forks. So black would have lost on the spot. But now we're right back in the game. Knight c6, c2 check has happened. Let's see if this is winning anyway. I go king takes c2, just to try it out. You go rook c3 check.
How are we trying to hold this position?
Just by eliminating rooks and eliminating pawns, I thought. But no, I mean that it's a bit faster for me, because this bishop is being attacked all the time.
Yes.
But if you do this, I do this.
E3.
Bishop e3, king here, and then you take this.
No, maybe you don't want to take on e6 first?
You can, I think it doesn't matter. I take here. You come here, I come here. Or I take on f5 first.
Okay.
You take here, and I come here. And this is probably winning in the long run.
It's because you have knight d4, of course.
Well, I don't, but I will.
No,
I will get there. I'll come here.
D2.
Then I'll go here. Then I'll give a check. Then I'll move the king here. So I'll show you the plan. Something like this. I'll eject the king first, and then I'll eject it from the white square. Then I'll do that, and then I'll walk my king around to the side. You know, something along those lines might work. He's gone king c4, so maybe he believes this is winning. Let's see. If I go bishop f6, now white is actually forced. He has to take on c2, so I don't think he's going. King c4 might be a blunder, because the problem is rook c3 is a checkmate, unless he's going to play b5 or something, which I doubt very much. But if black goes bishop f6, which he has done, now I have to take here, and is white even better?
Oh, here.
So he's completely blown it. Oh my God.
So he let the wind slip away.
He let the wind slip away, and
now he's not even better.
he's treading into being worse territory. King c4 is a terrible move. If he wanted to do that, he could have gone king a4. No, king a4, then bishop e2, so same problem. He could have just played king c2.
You can see that, like,
Yeah, I think king takes c2 was reasonable.
The captains, you know, they're there. There's like, you can see the Chinese captain is, of course, behind the players. The captains do not have the right, actually. This was one remark that I wanted to tell our audience, because the captains do not have the right to be in front of their players. They only have the right to be behind their players in the team event.
Okay.
It's very important, because you cannot communicate with your players in any way.
And of course, once upon a time, you were allowed to ask your captain if you could accept a draw and things like that. These things are also in the past now. Those rules have disappeared.
So what is the position right now? Bishop f6 is on the board, and white is still thinking. It's a draw?
Probably he's in shock.
Oh.
Because he's blown it.
But then what's happening after?
Actually, we have bishop f6 on two boards at the same exact point. And it seems that white has pushed one pawn too many. Because after h5, the pawn was on h4, now he has to decide, is he going to defend it? While it has kind of slipped out of control. So f4 was a move, but you see every pawn you move, it doesn't come back. Suddenly bishop h4 is in the air.
Yes, but you don't have knight b3 anymore. Maybe I can play rook h1. I will protect it for a second.
It's true, everybody's tied hand and foot.
But then can you play rook e3? Let's say rook h1 and rook e3.
Then I might take this.
Take.
Suddenly your knight on a5 was a job again. I might be able to come here.
Knight c5.
No, because then you'll have king d6.
Yeah, king
for
d6. Yes, but let's show it. Yes, because I was thinking that we can win the pawn, king e7, and you cannot take on c5, king d6,
Yeah.
of course. But then where? Where do you go from e6? No, you still have knight b7 here. But then, okay,
Yes, but then we
this
have
is not the position,
rook
yes,
takes,
you want to have.
d3, yeah. Oh boy.
Oh God,
He has gone rook h1.
you should look at this one. I think white is winning now. Because you're threatening mate, or you can take a lot of pawns, but maybe I'm mistaken.
If I go rook e2,
No, but why didn't he go? It was still the same, rook e2, rook f2.
yeah, I thought black is simply repeating moves. Okay, there's a lot of action
Yes.
everywhere. This one looks better and better for black. So it seems that
Yes, this was the
Uzbekistan is
position.
thinking.
Mhm.
But king g4. Yeah, rook e7 check.
And then king h5.
Well, and what? I mean,
Rook e4 maybe.
I'll go a5. You'll take.
King h6.
I'll go a4. This might be winning.
Yes, but why do you allow me to a5? Maybe, no, I cannot play rook e4. Rook e4 first. Here.
Yeah, but then I do this. And you take and I get king h6. Again winning.
Okay.
If China's winning this, then China is the...
So actually, white kept...
Though Norderbeck
winning,
is
so-
really playing this brilliantly. Every time he seems to have lost control, I mean, he has to bring his pieces to h1 and f3 and so on. Suddenly he bounces back and h5 is being attacked. Wow, bishop h5. And that's a crucial pawn. Even knight b4 with some knight d5 coming. I think Yakuboev is winning this.
But then if they're losing on the forward board, we are coming to the same situation. You need a
Yes.
win.
He's played bishop
somewhere
h5.
else.
Bishop h5 and h7 has happened. Okay. But on the fourth board, white is winning. So then third board, China is, well, white is barely hanging on and is probably losing. Oh, that is, if he's doing this, it's a masterpiece. He's controlling every last pawn. See, he's played c6 check so that that knight is irrelevant. He's come back to d1. So that black knight is trapped again. He's come rook e3. But now I can even play bishop c2 if I want. Or in fact, that's what he wanted to. And next move h5. If I can play h6 as well, and then we'll see. Okay, so if they swap a pair of wins like that, then it comes down to these boards where... but China has messed this one up. No, suddenly white has actually got some action here. How did that happen? Because now if I go king b7, you have knight a5 check. Excuse me. Okay, quite some drama, but let me quickly check on... Okay, Nihal is drawing, so that's fine. In fact, he may be better. He's probably better. Because I go rook g6 take and then go to a7, and you never know, this extra pawn. I mean, I'm not going to try and calculate every rook ending till the end. But rook g6. Oh, rook g6, he'll go rook b5 check and rook g5. And if... So he has gone a6, of course. He's gone rook a6. What are the timings like? 24 seconds to 44 seconds. So Anton has lost his time advantage. He's gone rook b5 check. Now what should white do? Maybe king e4 is a good way to go. Maybe king e4. Because I still conserve some small chances. If I go king e4, you go rook g5, I go king f4, and you can't stop rook a4. If you go rook b4, now I can do this and collect the pawn and come to a7. And so Nihal is actually still putting modest pressure.
Vishy, but in that variation, I have quickly king c6, king b5, and
It's a try, and you can still draw it in the end. So that doesn't matter. Now I king f4. Okay, this one is clear. It's white who's... white should be able to do something here, unless black is just going to repeat. So if black does this, yeah, king e7, rook takes a4, and then he just repeats. He goes here, saying, I'm tying down your things. You go here, he says, I tie you down again there. And if I do this, you do not go to the 6th, because I will have rook g6 check. But you go to the 8th, and it's no longer, the rook can't participate. So you're back to this walking back and forth and trying to defend both pawns. White could always do this and see what happens. You might get lucky. And he's gone g6, in fact. Wow. But g6 must be inaccurate, because now I get rook a7 check, exactly. King f8. And then... yeah, it takes. And then they'll just throw in d5 and see what happens. I mean, in 19 seconds, you don't have time to remember what you studied with Levenfish and Smyslov. You will just have to go forward.
I would say with Averbach.
Averbach, okay.
But then China won on board 4.
Yes, but, oh, this one's not clear. Oh my God, what happened here? While we were... Oh, this happened. Knight c6, bc6, rook a8. Why did he sack on c7? Oh, knight here, suddenly the knight got trapped like this. But rook h5 is, I think, a bit too relaxed. You have to come back and try something else. But it's just a very, very difficult game, and you have to say that black has defended very tenaciously. And still it's not over. I'm threatening h7. He's gone king d6, and now I have bishop g8. He's gone king d6, and I have bishop g8. And now one bishop is going to get stuck. Ah, there he is, done bishop g8. Now, I think finally we can say that Norderbeck is winning.
Okay, but the other game is probably a draw.
And this one, yeah, it's a draw, which means that who's playing for a win and why? Oh, this was a draw. They've drawn already because of king c7, right? Oh, so they might just not win the match. Rook e1 check, maybe? He's gone rook h6, which is fine. Oh, this is a lovely game. Let's enjoy a good game here. Because if king f6 is a very unusual idea, knight h5 and the bishop has no squares. Sorry, the king has no square to protect with the bishop on g8.
And g6.
G8. The bishop on g8 is stopping escape.
Yes,
yeah. The black bishop on g6 cannot be defended. Okay. He's gone bishop e8. And now I can take on b6. Yes. So, okay, regardless of whether China is winning or Uzbekistan winning, I think we just go and enjoy this game. He's gone bishop d7. I mean, he keeps fighting. Rook b7. Also rook b8 would have been interesting, just to move the bishop and attack on h8. Rook b7. And he's gone king d6. I mean, come on, now rook b8. Yes, there we go.
King c7.
Then rook f8.
Yeah, rook f8. Okay.
And this bishop is stopping rook a to check, which is why black is unable to give any sort of counterplay. And it can also, he's gone rook b5. But now I can take a knight f5 check. It should be winning. Maybe he's reluctant to do that. But I think you should take it now. You delay it any longer. Oh, now some bishop c6 stuff might happen. Bishop c6, attacking it. Okay, by now it's just pure nerves for these poor guys. And Nihal is not going to win this, is he? But you never know. I mean, everyone is down to seconds, so let's... Yeah, but this is no use. It's too little too late, because my king will escape, and then I'll capture f5 with check, so...
So you didn't want to let the rook behind the pawn.
He's refusing to... It's almost like he's saying, I'm the boss here. I'm not going to...
To allow any counterpoint.
Go below the first rank. Because I thought he could even take this. I mean, he could just go king e1, d2. I mean, he's kicked around a bit, but then f5 is there. But he's just rook f7 check. It's one of the best rapid games I've ever seen. This is fantastic by Norderbeck. He had such a small advantage and he worked it to perfection. So now you have to praise the guy a lot. Unfortunately, it looks like it won't be enough for Uzbekistan. And China is going to clinch this, it seems. No, what? Oh, I spoke too soon. He has blundered. Black is winning now. No, black is not winning, but this is... I spoke too soon. But this is tragedy, even though it probably didn't affect the match.
So white is not winning anymore?
No, in fact, if anyone's winning, it's black, but I have rook f8 and... Oh, he's
Bishop
even just
f5,
taken
yes.
it.
So rook f5 and d3. But you have to praise also Liu Shanglei for his stubbornness and his defense, you know. So
Sure.
he used every possible resource in this position.
Is this even a draw?
I don't know. I don't know yet.
No, king f3 and rook e8 check.
Yes.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, sorry.
You mean if d takes c2? Yes.
For a second, I thought that black bishop was going to check on c3. Yeah, and now rook e8 check, king d6 is kind of... I mean, in the end, these poor guys didn't even have time to think. And but you're not threatening e1 because that'll keep the pawn on itself. I mean, it's sad sometimes to watch time pressure destroy a beautiful game. But you have to admire both players. This was a great game. I mean, positional masterpiece. So many beautiful themes just with this one piece on a5, a whole game developed around it. Very nice game. It didn't matter for the match. China has won and they were world team champions.
Yes, they drew already. They board 2 and 3.
And Nihal is drawing this as well, so we are off to tie breaks. I'll see if I'm called back.
By the way, you missed Vasil's bit because our team has done a wonderful job. You know, they made even a meme out of it. So hopefully you will get the chance to see it. G5 is played, so the last pawn is exchanged, and the draw is agreed in this match. So I still don't know how they determine.
In fact, China
the
won
colors.
China won both matches because if this one was drawn, then it's yeah.
You know, I don't remember how they draw the colors for the tiebreak. Because last time India played with the same colors against
but
France.
they say almost rook takes c3, e1 queen, but luckily he has e1 queen. Sometimes it's just sad to watch a chess game.
Okay, Tiebreak Yakubov tried everything.
Yes.
That's a draw. And China clinched its third World Team Championship title.
Yeah.
Such an impressive performance. They haven't lost a match. And
But
this victory
I'm
is-
full of praise for Yakuboyev, but also for his opponent. And well, congratulations to China. Amazing performance. They didn't need a single tiebreak, did they? Not a single tiebreak. The whole tournament. Not a single defeat, not a single tiebreak. Obviously, they didn't need tiebreaks in the first part. And
I think that the tie breaks, I will have the confirmation, will start. So here are the results. China defeated Uzbekistan, 2.5, 1.5. They won 2-0. And India drew against Spain, and there are going to be tie breaks for our excitement, because the bronze medal is at stake. So here is the China wins gold, Uzbekistan wins silver, and we still don't know who is the bronze medalist of this event. Let me see if I have the confirmation about the tie breaks. Is it at 7:15? Or 7:30. Supposed to be at 7:30, but
yeah,
are you going to be with us for the tiebreaks, or you're not sure?
I don't know. I think I'll go back and attend the meeting for a while and see if I come back. So if it's at 7:30, then I have half an hour.
Okay, so well, stay tuned. We will be back anyway. Just put us somewhere, like in the background, and we have a very exciting tiebreak ahead of us. Dear ladies and gentlemen, welcome back, and we have a very exciting tiebreak ahead of us. India is playing Spain, and the bronze medal is at stake. Vishy, you're excited, yes?
Yes, I mean, already the China-Uzbekistan game had all the excitement you could want. And now I think in this tiebreak we'll get even more.
And in this tiebreak, you lost your objectivity, I think, from the very start.
No, that's too strong. Of course, I am rooting for these guys, but I like the other team also. So.
Okay.
And in a way, both my homes. So.
Yes, because our audience might not know, but you lived in Spain for so many years and probably fluent in Spanish poetry as well.
No.
Okay, so which game we should follow? We will start with the first board, and then if there is something interesting happens.
Well, let's see if Alexei SL gets very interesting. Otherwise, we'll bounce. But I think we'll just bounce back and forth. There'll be a lot of things happening. We never know which board will take center stage.
Okay, we'll keep an eye on all of the boards, and then
Yeah.
if
You can also keep it on board 2. Okay.
So
off they go.
3 minutes plus 2 seconds.
E4. Okay. Vidit is going for a Gyoko piano. Let's quickly see what's happening here. Oh, SL Narayan Shirov on these unusual bishop E2 A4 lines. And this is another Italian. So there's 2 Italian games.
They didn't go for them. I didn't want to make a joke, They didn't go for the Spanish. Bishop D5 is not on the board.
Oh, Anton has done something specific. He's gone knight h4. The idea of moving that. And Nihal is willing to let him take the bishops. I don't know if this is anything special. White could maybe take that bishop with knight d6. I don't know. Okay, he's gone rook d1. So knight e5 is not possible. Actually, instead of rook e8, could he have gone queen e7? But okay, we shouldn't start slowing and analyzing. We should just see the events. Knight d2, okay. But I think it'll be strange if you, after bishop c4, you take knight c4, because the knight will have to come back anyway. Maybe he wants d takes c4. And then castle, queen e2, rook f3, rook f1 or something. I don't know. Anyway, with blitz, you can do all these things. Also, it must be said, black has the option of d5. But black is just forcing white to choose. And if he thinks, it's just quite simplified. Okay. Let's move to Nihal against Anton.
But if you compare this position to the Caro-Kann, when you take ED, CD, bishop d3 and c3, how is it different? Because I'm always willing to give this bishop anyway.
Yes, but I think here we have gone down. White has to decide, is he going to play knight takes g6 at g6? Because then suddenly queen h4 is a threat. So maybe he'll play g3, but that looks kind of strange as well. Yeah, he is going g3. So bishop e7, then he'll take and bishop d3, and the attack is not quite so strong.
Yes, we currently we're having the position.
Okay, let's see what's happening here. SL Narayanan has gotten the advantage of 2 bishops, but this is not the time control where you have the time to play perfectly, so it's going to be a lot of action. And in fact, the 2 bishops off there they go. He took and he'll play f3, bring his king up to. Oh, he's more direct. He's just going e5. SL Narayanan against Shirov, it looks interesting.
Maybe f3, rook d8.
But I think knight a7, f4, knight b3, and the other knight to c5 or something. I don't know. No, that shouldn't work. What else is happening? Here, f4 has happened. Okay. Suddenly, I'm not happy with Nihal's position. White's position is very easy to play. Queen e2, h4, king g2, rook h1, h5. What's your defense against that? So,
Yes, this is one of the dangers of this variation, that it looks very innocent, but you are deprived of any counterplay, and white can launch a...
Well, actually, and the other knight has even
That's
wandered off to d6, which means king g2, h4, rook h1, h5 is happening without any opposition. Oh, I don't like this at all. He went knight c4 and queen b6, so he's trying to tie down a piece there. I'll just go rook a b1, and you're not threatening anything, because you cannot even take on a4. I will play b3, so white is all set to go h4, h5. Okay, so black is going to try to play e5, but now let me go king g2. It's doing something interesting as well, which is he's double now. And I think if black takes here, you could consider rook takes f6. I don't know. Maybe it's not. Because I have this good square, I have this good square, many interesting things. Okay, but he didn't fall for that. He went c5, ed5. And after this, he's gone d4. So he's hoping to land a knight. But this I don't like.
Take and play e4.
Yes. And then the rook has to move. And what does he like about this position so much? Knight d7. They're going to swap down a bit. Okay, let's go back here.
Then you
I
can
think
bring
Alexa
your
is
knight.
doing
You can- yeah,
fine
exactly.
now.
No, but that's what we did play. I saw that you could bring your knight to e3, knight d1, knight a3. He played this move. And how about their time? How much time do they have left? So 50 seconds here on the second board, and
Actually, Vidit is playing a very nice game. If his knight gets to e3 and c3, then he maneuvers his knights almost to perfection. It's like with even knights, even material, can you outplay your opponent, right? I like it. Maybe I'm overestimating it, but I like... and in blitz, this must be very unpleasant for black. And Nihal has fallen to h5, so...
And how's this position, Vishy, on the fourth board?
Oh, so we didn't see this at all. White is better. White is better because I have the better pawn structure. Knight is going to c4. This has worked out quite... But still, black is solid enough that I think it's no disaster.
Okay, so let's concentrate on this game. Like 30 seconds left for both players. And of course, I wanted to remind our viewers that there will be only one blitz match. Like if the match is drawn, then the teams will continue. But if there is a winner, it's over.
So he's gone queen g3. Also, that stops e3. What should black play? Should he go king h7? Seems like a step away from queen b8 check, and that's the key. So white improves his hope. If he puts his pawn on a5, then it's that much closer to queening. Oh, but black's got this knight g f4 e2 idea of his own.
5 seconds.
Knight d7, okay. If I go queen f5, yes. And then, is he going to go knight d5 or something? But then I take, and it's probably still drawn, but it's a pawn. And he's not even taking it. Oh, this is looking not so great. He could take knight, he can't go knight g6, but he's gone for this one. And he should take on b2. Oh my God, suddenly it resigns. King h8 is the easiest way, and it's too far away. Okay, that one is lost. Nihal is lost. No, he's close to lost. And 2 draws. So in fact, Spain has won. Nihal is not going to win this. And the match is over. That happened quickly, didn't it?
So I think that, like, a lot of us do not realize how tired are the players. They've
Yeah.
played so many games, and India has already played one tiebreak.
And Nihal looks at Vidit to see what he has done and shakes his head. And this is lost as well.
King of 5.
No, come on.
Yeah, this is hopeless, and Spain clinches the bronze in the World Team Championship. That was a very intense battle, indeed. So both teams deserved
Yes.
to win medals, but at the end, you know, there is only one team who will be at the podium. So let's have a look. Maybe I don't know if we have the results prepared, but China won the World Team Championship. Uzbekistan has silver medals, and and Spain just clinched the bronze medal.
That went by so fast. I don't even know what happened. But
So this is it. Yes, it's time to say goodbye. Thank you so much for watching. Thank you, Vishu, once again. Hopefully
you.
we'll have you back. Well, it was also a unique opportunity for me. But I have to admit this. So, what is the next event? I think in the chess world, one of the most important events
will be
is
World Rapid and Blitz.
no, but I think there is world candidates. So second pool of the women's candidates.
That's right, okay.
Yes, which will start in a few days, of course, which will determine the winner of the pool B, and then they're going to play against each other. So the winner of the pool A is Leitingji, and it will
Determine the other finalists
yes,
for the candidates
it
final.
will be decisive to determine who is going to play the world champion during June. And of course, at the end of the year, we will have the World Rapid and Blitz Championship. Are you going to participate in?
No, I'm not playing in Kazakhstan, so.
Okay, so maybe I will let you say a few words to our audience.
Sure, I hope you enjoyed this tournament. I found that the format produced very interesting games. Two very impressive teams, but in the end, the undefeated team won the event, so maybe there is some justice in that. And congrats to Spain as well for clinching the bronze, and to everyone for taking part, and especially thanks to our local hosts who organized a wonderful event, were so hospitable, and we had a really wonderful time here. So thanks to the organizers here in Jerusalem, everyone who made this happen. Thank you.
Thank you, and Ditrat.